I hope that one day soon the Supreme Court corrects their constitutional error so that the American people can reassert their voice in determining the moral question of our time. And I yield back.
Chair recognizes the gentlewoman from Florida, Ms. Wasserman Schultz, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It is with a heavy heart that I rise to honor the lives of two fallen FBI agents, Daniel Alfin and Laura Schwarzenberger. On Tuesday morning, while executing a federal warrant in a child exploitation investigation, Special Agent Daniel Alfin and Special Agent Laura Schwarzenberger were shot and killed in the line of duty in Sunrise, Florida. They died protecting our most vulnerable citizens and the community they loved. This was sadly the FBI's deadliest day since the tragic events on 9/11. It has also been more than 30 years since two agents were gunned down together in the line of duty. A 16-year veteran of the FBI, Special Agent Laura Schwarzenberger's specialty was pursuing crimes against children. Her work with the FBI Miami Field Office's Innocent Images National Initiative led to the arrests of those involved in the exploitation of children and sextortion. She leaves behind a husband and two children. Special Agent Daniel Alfin was a 12-year veteran of the FBI. He was a veteran agent who led the investigation into a dark website called Playpen, one of the country's largest child pornography operations. He also leaves behind a wife and one child. While I did not have the good fortune of knowing these two special agents, I know this. These were two heroes taken from us, and we lost them way too soon. These were incredible parents torn from their families. They were extraordinary public servants trying to make our community a safer place to raise our families. To their loved ones and colleagues, I struggle to find words that can offer solace and comfort in their time of distress. The great poet William Wordsworth once said, "Not without hope, we suffer and we mourn." Perhaps he meant that we find hope in the belief that our thoughts and prayers will, in time, heal their families and their colleagues, and in the hope and the belief that the children of these fallen heroes will grow up knowing that their parents made this sacrifice to make their world and our world a better place. Agents Alfin and Schwarzenberger put their lives on the line every day to help us be safer. We lost them to a senseless act of violence by someone with a total disregard for the lives of others. We lost them to evil. We grieve their loss, not only to the community they served, but to the families and loved ones that they leave behind. They made the ultimate sacrifice, and for that, Americans will be forever in their debt and forever grateful. May their memories be a blessing. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield back.
Chair recognizes the gentleman from California, Mr. Garcia, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to honor a fallen hero who graced our glorious nation for 47 years. Mr. Bill Reynolds, one of my best friends and a loyal wingman, crossed into heaven to be alongside the Lord on January 11th. As a young man, Bill also crossed oceans to fight for this nation in the jungles of Vietnam in 1967. In fact, he was one of the few surviving members of the well-known Boys of 67, the Army's Charlie Company, 9th Division, 4th Battalion, 47th Infantry Regiment. He was wounded in combat on the Mekong Delta on June 19, 1967, in one of the fiercest days of the Vietnam War during the Battle of My Lai. Despite being wounded, Bill continued to fight alongside his fellow Americans as they took on heavy fire. His brave service earned him the Bronze Star as well as the Purple Heart. And from an early age, Bill was a scrapper. He was a real patriot. He loved his friends, he loved his family, but his deepest love was for the United States of America and those who served to protect her. The blood he shed and the sacrifices that he made overseas during combat operations were matched only by his commitment and his passion to take care of veterans back home. In fact, in my hometown of Santa Clarita, there is a Veterans Memorial that stands today because of Bill's hard work and his advocacy. In the halls of a local Veterans Support Center, there are several dozen biographies of our city's local heroes, our veterans. And all of these biographies were written by Bill after he personally sat down, interviewed, and discussed their experiences with them each individually. Bill loved our veterans because he understood what it meant to truly serve, and he understood what it meant to truly sacrifice. In his own words, he said, "America was founded on the courage to fight for freedom." And that's what the veteran community does. They take pride in that. There's no better family than the veteran community, he said. Bill was a steward of those who protected our nation, a warrior with a big heart and a sheepdog with a big bark and an even bigger fight. And he knew what that flag, Mr. Speaker, stood for, and he would do anything to protect it. And underneath all the passion and fight was a kind and gentle man, one of the most soft-spoken and caring men I've ever known. A husband to Meg, a role model to his sons, and a friend to thousands. Bill knew better than anyone that our nation is a precious one and that its survival is not preordained. He knew that our nation is sometimes vulnerable. It's an experiment of government still in its infancy, a developing nation that is underpinned by goodwill and dependent on the labors of good Americans willing to serve her and to fight for her for the right reasons. We are indeed a nation that sometimes wobbles, and in doing so, we require the steady hands of patriots and leaders. We are a nation that is kept stable by the exertions of great Americans, people like Bill Reynolds. Bill was an American who cared until the very end and will continue to look over us and our precious nation like the loyal wingman that he has always been. May God bless Bill Reynolds and his family, and may God bless this great nation that he gave so much and fought so hard for. I yield back, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
Chair recognizes the gentleman from Florida, Mr. Rutherford, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise today in memory in honor of the millions of babies killed since the Roe v. Wade decision almost 50 years ago. There is nothing more precious than the gift of life, given to us by God who knew us before he formed us in our mother's womb.
Gentlemen will suspend. Gentlemen would put on the mask, please.
Oh, what? While we're speaking? Okay. Sorry about that.
Gentleman is recognized.
Thank you. Mr. Speaker, there is nothing more precious than the gift of life given to us by God who knew us before he formed us in the womb. Mr. Speaker, life is sacred, and it is heartbreaking that there are those across this country and in Congress who reject that truth and view abortion as nothing more than a medical procedure. Sadly, a professed Catholic who knows better has already taken steps to increase the killing of babies across the world and make innocent taxpayers foot the bill. He has revoked the Mexico City policy, which means American taxpayers will now be sending dollars overseas to support the killing of unborn babies in foreign countries. And he is actively working to eliminate the Hyde Amendment, which is a long-standing bipartisan doctrine that prevents taxpayer funds from paying for the killing of babies in the United States. Let's be clear, abortion is murder, not health care. Abortion is not the answer to a child's mental or physical challenges. I'm reminded today of the words of Frank Stevens, a Special Olympian. Many of you heard him speak here at Congress. He's now living with Down syndrome. He said this, he said about abortion, I don't want to make it illegal, I want to make it unthinkable. Politicians change laws, I want to change people's hearts. Mr. Speaker, I agree with Frank Stevens, but I believe we can do both. We can change laws and we can change people's hearts. I yield back.
Chair recognizes the gentleman from Nebraska, Mr. Bacon, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to recognize 3 legacy leaders from my district in Nebraska for Black History Month. Every February, We celebrate the achievements of African Americans and recognize their pivotal roles in the history of our great country. This year, I recognize Ella Willis, Tila Mickles, and Betty McDonald, who have worked diligently to leave a meaningful and lasting impact on the Omaha community. Originally from North Carolina, our first legacy leader, Ella Willis, came to Omaha in 1967, right after the race riots. After seeing the damage and destruction from the riots not being repaired, she joined the Neighborhood Action and Facts Association, founded by Andy Handy Wright. Around 2004, Mrs. Willis became the president of the association. She worked to secure grant funding for the beautification of 24th Street and the neighborhood garden and marketplace building. The association assisted with the painting of murals along the 24th Street corridor, including the Union of Contemporary Art. In 2005, under Mrs. Willis's leadership, the association received the Environmental Improvement Award from the Urban Community Improvement Program. Her community advocacy started long before, when she joined the NAACP in the early 60s, while her husband served in Vietnam. She participated in the voting registration process, protesting for the right for Black women to vote and registering Black men. Mrs. Willis thanks God for Dr. Martin Luther King and praises his belief in justice, hope, love, and nonviolence, saying this is what we must learn together as brothers and sisters of God. Have love and faith in your heart. Another legacy leader is Tila A. Mickles. She founded In Action, a faith-based nonprofit organization that serves individuals confined in the state correctional facilities and families affected by incarceration. Mrs. Mickles became a single parent to 5 young children after an unfortunate turn in life and later attended college, earning her associate degree in chemical dependency counseling. At the same time, she developed Compassion Action's pre-release education reentry preparation program with her motto of embracing the person, rebuilding the family, and breaking the cycle. She's been recognized for her dedication and accomplishments through the years. The UNO Woman of Color Award, Heartland Family Services Family Advocacy Award, and the City of Omaha Excellence Award, and many, many more. Mrs. Mickles is also an ordained minister on staff at Mission Church and credits the success of her organization to strong faith in God and belief that every person is valuable. As she says, if you're not dead, God is not done. Our third legacy leader is Betty McDonald, co-founder of Native America Days, a week-long homecoming event that celebrates the community's historical and cultural legacies. Born and raised in Omaha, Betty belongs to the Bryant Fisher family, hailed as one of the most prestigious Black families in Nebraska. After graduating from the All-House School of Beauty and Culture, she became owner of her own beauty shop of over 50 years, the Economy Beauty Salon. The vision for a reunion of Native Omahans was first arranged in 1976, and less than a year later, the original founding planning members, Vera Johnson and Betty McDonald, started a tradition of the week-long celebration. It is now known as Native Omaha Days, and every 2 years has brought people to Omaha from across the country. Approaching its 22nd biennial, Native Omaha Days has reached a peak, influencing cultural programming along 24th Street and adjacent North Omaha neighborhoods. Betty is an active member of St. Paul Baptist Church. This year, she will celebrate 70 years of marriage, 70 years, to her husband, Jesse McDonald. I personally thank these 3 women for making a difference and leaving a legacy of future Black leaders in Omaha. We owe them much gratitude and recognition. I yield back the remainder of my time.
Chair recognizes the gentlewoman from Illinois, Ms. Underwood, for 5 minutes.
Thank you. I rise today as my home state of Illinois approaches the grave milestone of 20,000 COVID-19 deaths. I'm thinking of the families of each of our neighbors we've lost, and I'm also thinking of everyone in our community who's currently suffering from the physical, psychological, and financial consequences of the pandemic. The past year has been so hard for so many of us, and it's not over. We still have a long way to go until our family's health and economic well-being is secure. Now, thanks to the work of incredible scientists, we've authorized vaccines that are safe and effective. offering a level of protection that can save lives and crush this virus. But until we actually get shots in arms, the virus will continue to spread. This process has been difficult, and the bottom line is that our current vaccine process is not sustainable. But we can change that. We must change that. The good news is that we can. We have a new administration laser focused on ramping up distribution, and there are investments to be made in order to help. Local health departments are overwhelmed with phone calls from people wondering where to go for a vaccine. Web-based appointment signups are filling faster than people can register. Immunization providers lack the resources to carry out vaccination campaigns at this unprecedented scale. To address these challenges and carry out an efficient COVID-19 vaccination campaign that prioritizes the people who need them most, Congress needs to act swiftly and boldly. The next relief bill must include significant funding to accelerate vaccine administration with a particular focus on providing vaccine doses and outreach to ensure that nobody is left behind. We also need to fund the workforce that will carry out vaccination efforts, as well as testing, contact tracing, and other critical initiatives to stop the spread of the virus. I've introduced two bills, the Community Immunity During COVID-19 Act and the Health Force, Resilience Force, and Jobs to Fight COVID-19 Act, to make the investments that will be needed to end the pandemic, prevent the next public health crisis, and ensure a strong economic recovery. And finally, as we continue to confront a once-in-a-century health crisis, it's absolutely unacceptable that millions of Americans continue to lack access to affordable health care. And that's why I introduced H.R. 369, the Healthcare Affordability Act, which would increase the dollar amount of premium tax credits across all income levels. It would eliminate premiums for lower income households, reduce premium costs by hundreds or thousands of dollars for middle-class families, including those who currently make too much money to qualify for the tax credit. My bill would ensure that everyone would be able to buy a plan for no more than 8.5% of their income. For families in Northern Illinois who currently pay 15, 18, 20% of their income on healthcare, this is real savings that matters. This was included in the President's American Rescue Plan, and I urge my colleagues to support its inclusion in the next relief package. At this challenging moment in history, the decisions we make will be felt for generations. If our ideas are too small, the consequences not only mean a protracted pandemic, but a stunted economic recovery. But if we pursue solutions that meet this moment, we can not only get to the other side of the pandemic, we can emerge from it stronger than before, with evidence-based public health investments that prevent future crises, with career pathways that usher in a new era of economic growth, and with a healthcare system built on a foundation of equity, where access to quality care is not the privilege of a few, but the right of all. I believe that this future is possible, and I know that the decisions we make today will shape it. I hope my colleagues on both sides of the aisle are ready to do the work we were sent here to do. Thank you, and I yield back.
Chair recognizes the gentleman from Pennsylvania, Mr. Thompson, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to recognize and congratulate Ethan Kanar of Du Bois, Pennsylvania. Ethan recently accepted a fully qualified appointment to the United States Naval Academy in Annapolis, Maryland. Ethan is the son of Christopher and Danielle Kanar, the grandson of Daniel and Linda Schaefer of Du Bois, Leona Nar of Trouttville, Doug Grube and the late Elizabeth Ann Grube, both of Du Bois. As a student at Du Bois Area High School, Ethan has been an active member of the National Honor Society, the cross-country team, and served as captain of the tennis team. Outside of school, Ethan has been heavily involved in the Boy Scouts of America, having served as historian, assistant senior patrol leader, and eventually senior patrol leader of his troop. Ethan became an Eagle Scout in March of 2020. I'd like to thank Ethan for his commitment to service and wish him the very best as he embarks on this exciting new phase of life in Annapolis. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to recognize and congratulate Pete Rickard of Strattonville, Pennsylvania, for accepting a fully qualified appointment to the United States Air Force Academy in Colorado. Pete is a student at Clarion Limestone High School. During his time at Clarion Limestone, Pete was a member of the academic decathlon team, lettered in basketball, and was active in FFA, or Future Farmers of America. He is now a senior member of the Civil Air Patrol Clarion Composite Squadron 504 and is active in the Greater Pennsylvania American Red Cross. Pete credits his success to the love and support he has received from family and friends, including Rod and Debbie Frampton, as well as his 4 sisters, Lucy, Ann, Katie, and Bonnie. Undoubtedly, Pete's academic success and experience with the Civil Air Patrol will serve him well as he starts this exciting new chapter at the Air Force Academy. Pete, best wishes, and I look forward to seeing you all that you achieve. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to recognize Lisa Winger of Oil City. Lisa was recently recognized by the Venango Area Chamber of Commerce as the 2020 Citizen of the Year. According to the Chamber, nominees are those who, quote, in face of danger, combat adversity through feats of ingenuity, courage, or strength, and those who perform great deeds or selfless acts for the common good. Susan Williams, Executive Director of the Chamber, noted nominations for Lisa mentioned her impeccable character and that she was highly respected, a leader, and selfless. Lisa works at the Sarah Care Hospice, where she counsels residents and their families by providing compassionate comfort and advice. She truly lives a life of service. Outside of her work with the Sarah Care, Lisa has also established an Alzheimer's support group at the Oil City YMCA, and she leads the county's Toys for Tots program. A friend of Lisa said in her nomination that Lisa, quote, works tirelessly for Venango County and dedicates herself to everything she does, end quotes. I'd like to congratulate Lisa on this much-deserved recognition and thank her for her commitment to serving her community. And with that, Mr. Speaker, I yield back of my time.
Chair recognizes the gentleman from South Carolina, Mr. Norman, for 5 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to celebrate the accomplishments in life of a true family man and public servant, Maxie Hugh Hammond. Maxie was born and raised in Lancaster, South Carolina on October 19th, 1956. Maxie was from a family that was heavily involved in every facet of service, as his father, Maxie Sr., was very active in serving on the Lancaster community, having served on the Lancaster School Board and Lancaster City Council for years, and, quote, whetted the appetite for his son to serve the public, which he did for many years, including service on the Lancaster County Council, United Way, Chamber of Commerce, Rotary Club, Economic Development Board, Boy Scout Council, School Improvement Councils, and many, many more boards and commissions. Maxie began his work career 45 years ago, including 7 years with the Catawba Nuclear Plant, Springs Industry for 12 years, where he worked in the engineering department, Kanawha Insurance and Sales for 15 years, and served as Vice President of Founders Federal Credit Union for 10 years, retiring on December 31st of 2020. Maxie has been married for 42 years to Jennifer Starnes Hammond and has 2 children, his son Garrett and his wife Elizabeth, and his daughter Holly, who is married to Matthew Whitley. The joy of Maxie and Jennifer's life are their 2 granddaughters, Avery Oak, who will be 2 years old in June, and Marin Reese, who will be 1 year old in April. I had the privilege of viewing and listening to a series of testimonials posted on Facebook about Maxie and what he and his family have meant to the greater Lancaster community, which included heartfelt comments by his family, his friends, and co-workers from all walks of life. Those who knew him the best had this to say, quote, our office is like a six-pack, and Maxie is a plastic ring that holds our office together. Quote, he never puts himself first, it's about everyone else. Quote, if this building was burning down, he would circle the building 2 to 3 times before worrying about himself. Quote, Maxie doesn't care about titles, accolades, or recognition. It's all about others. Quote, if Maxie can make everyone else happy, that's all he wants. Maxie Hammond is a true public servant who has lived his life for his God, his family, and his country. On behalf of the members of the 117th United States Congress, I wish you Godspeed in your retirement years as you spend time with your family, your many friends, and the heavenly beaches of the Carolinas. Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
Chair recognizes the gentleman from Kansas, Mr. Mann, for 5 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, I'm humbled to deliver my first speech on the House floor today and discuss the future of our great nation. I grew up on a farm south of Quinter, Kansas that my parents and brothers still operate. The house my parents live in and the house I grew up in is the same house my great-great-grandfather ordered from Montgomery Ward catalog in the early 1900s. Growing up there meant I spent thousands of hours on a tractor working in the fields and on horseback doctoring cattle in the family feed yard. Those hours turned into love of country and the lessons of value of hard work. My Kansas roots run deep, and my desire to serve our country is wider than a country mile. I ran for Congress to advocate for agriculture and our conservative Kansas values. Kansans are good people who carry a pioneering spirit with them in the same way those who settled my state did over 160 years ago. The people of Kansas won the big first, know each other, look out for each other, and sacrifice for each other. The district is home to more than 60,000 farms and are made up of farmers, ranchers, feedlot managers, nutritionists, ethanol producers, ag lenders, and agribusiness owners who feed, fuel, and clothe the world. As Congress becomes increasingly more urban, the distance from farm to fork has never been greater, and the Big First depends on strong voices for agriculture in Congress, and that is why I am honored to serve on the House Agriculture Committee. At the very top center of the Big First sits Lebanon, Kansas, a seemingly ordinary small town. About 2.5 miles northwest of Lebanon is the exact middle of the contiguous 48 states. A few months ago, a group of us met in Lebanon and prayed for our nation and that God's will would be done and that our future would be bright. There's something about being in the middle of the country where farmers pray for rain, parents drive 30 miles one way to take their kids to school, and communities shrink and grow with oil and gas prices that gives you a great perspective. To be real in the middle of it all, though, we must demand results. I've received many calls from family farmers in the Big First gravely concerned with President Biden's executive order restricting travel from countries like South Africa, where many of our legal farm workers come from during harvest. And I'll tell you, if an issue matters to Kansans, it matters to me. I worked with a number of my colleagues here to issue a letter to President Biden asking that he exempt essential workers like those in agriculture from his travel ban. Soon after, we were told the president would grant the exemption. But to me, an exemption to an overreaching executive order is not enough. After watching President Biden issue 25 executive orders in his first 10 days as president, more than the 7 presidents combined the last 10 days, I decided I could no longer sit idle and watch executive orders dictate the direction of this country. With no input from Congress, the executive branch was not created to legislate, Congress was. We're now up to 42 executive orders from the Biden White House. That's why earlier this week, I introduced the More Accountability is Necessary Now Acts, 6 pieces of legislation promoting accountability and transparency to the administration's future executive orders. The MAN Acts require that the executive branch notify the American public and Congress of its intent to issue any new executive orders pertaining to agriculture, energy, the environment, pro-life provisions, the Second Amendment, and immigration. The short-term impact of legislation like this would be to hold our elected leaders more accountable. But for the long term, we must never forget that America is the greatest and most noble experiment that has ever been endeavored. When our founding fathers used the 3 words by their creator 245 years ago, they unleashed freedom on humanity because for the first time in history, people stood up and declared that freedoms do not flow from a king or government, they flow from God. The power of that truth can never be stomped out because it rings loudly in the hearts and minds of Americans from coast to coast, and certainly in the Big First, which in many ways is the pilot light of America. In my district, the basic values of faith, family, and freedom are alive and well, and it's our responsibility to never let that light go out. I believe that we get into the middle of issues, roll up our sleeves, get to work, and do the heavy lifting. We gain better perspectives and better results. Being in the middle of it all, instead of being stapled to our desks in Washington, D.C., makes us all better and is good for America. Get in the middle of it. Stand face to face and engage. Spend time to think, pray, and reflect like I did that day in the exact center of the country. I promise you will gain a better understanding of where we need to go as a nation. I did not run for Congress to be a caretaker in the slow demise of America. I ran so I could fight and work to make it stronger. That's what I intend to do while believing that our brightest days are yet to come. I yield back.
Chair recognizes the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Gonzalez, for 5 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to a chamber for the first time in my service to the 23rd District of Texas. My path to Congress has been marked by many obstacles. At age 18, I left high school to join the Navy and provide a path to success for my family. As I embarked on a 20-year career as a cryptologist, I deployed to Iraq and Afghanistan and gained a deep understanding of the security issues that currently affect our nation. Today, many of those issues are visible along the southern border, especially with my district spans over 800 miles between U.S. and Mexico. The challenges facing our district are compounded by the minute, and it is imperative that Congress take action. Mr. Speaker, as I've made my way around the district, I've seen firsthand the men and women that are doing the work. People like Sheriff Martinez in Valverde County, like Sheriff Coe in Kinney County, we have other sheriffs throughout. We have Chief Gallardo in Eagle Pass, Chief Rodriguez in Uvalde. We have Sheriff Dotson. These are the men and women on the ground every day doing the work. That is why I'm proud to introduce the Security First Act to ensure our borders are safe, resilient, and adaptive to 21st century challenges. One of the primary objectives to my bill is to authorize an increase in grant funding for Operation Stone Garden. As a key pillar of border security framework, Operation Stone Garden provides resources to local law enforcement agencies involved in custom and border protection operations. By enabling our sheriffs and police departments to collaborate with CBP and United States Border Patrol, Operation Stone Garden helps create a layered approach to border security and encourages a joint collaboration across
the services of Ms. Debbie Mosley, the Executive Director of the Bridge Over Troubled Waters in Pasadena, Texas. Commonly referred to as the Bridge, this organization has assisted men, women, and children affected by domestic and sexual violence or homelessness in southeastern Harris County, Texas. For 34 years, Debbie has served the organization as an advocate in the field of domestic and sexual violence. Debbie began working as a volunteer at the Bridge in 1986 alongside her mother and grandmother. A year later, she started working with the Bridge's children's programs on Tuesdays and Thursday evenings. In 1988, Debbie began to work full-time at the Bridge as a resident advocate. Over the years, she has held many leadership positions in each of the different programs that the Bridge offers, including shelter coordinator, reset built a new location and started Destiny Village, a long-term housing program for survivors of violence with disabilities and children. In addition, she has significantly increased the Bridge's share of funding granted by the Victims of Crime Act to provide critical support services to victims of domestic violence. Debbie is a licensed social worker and has dedicated her life to community and volunteer service. She serves on the boards of numerous community organizations, such as the Harris County Coordinating Council, the Texas Council on Family Violence, and Harris County Adult Fatality Review Team, the Pasadena Chamber of Commerce, the Pasadena Police Academy, and the Bridges to Life Prison Ministry. She is also active in the New Hope, the Pasadena Rotary, the Salvation Army, and the Texas Invitational. For her community,
stretch of historic Route 66. Montgomery County continues to be a vibrant community that supports family, sports, fine arts, churches, and numerous organizations for more than 30,000 residents that make up 20 municipalities. I'm proud to represent Montgomery County and the many people who make it a wonderful place to live. Congratulations to everyone in the county on celebrating their bicentennial. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to recognize David A. Northern Sr. for his leadership and service to the people of Champaign County, Illinois. I've had the privilege to work with David through his role as Chief Executive Officer of the Housing Authority of Champaign County, an organization which provides housing and related services to the most vulnerable populations in our community. He oversaw various programs that provided housing opportunities and assistance to over 13,000 citizens. Under David's leadership, the agency launched numerous projects to develop affordable housing, update existing properties, and bolster support programs. David believes that the Housing Authority's mission is just as much about transforming futures and putting families on a path to economic self-sufficiency as it is to just providing homes. That vision and drive has served him well. David's distinguished career and experience in federal housing assistance has been a blessing to Champaign County. While we will certainly miss him here in Illinois, we wish him the very best as he begins a new journey as the president and CEO of the Housing Authority of Birmingham District in Alabama, the largest in the state. Mr. Speaker, I again wish to thank my friend David Northern for his service to Champaign County and congratulate him and wish him the best in his new home in Alabama. Mr. Speaker, I rise today in honor of David Pickett, my friend from Taylorville, Illinois, who sadly passed away right before Christmas. Dave graduated from Taylorville High School in 1977 and then graduated from Western Illinois University in 1981 with degrees in accounting and computer science. He'll be remembered in our community for his entrepreneurial spirit and also his photography skills and for his love of sharing with others in the community. His most memorable feet in Taylorville will be taking a hobby of photography and turning it into a business called Fun Photo. It was his own sports photography business. You know, I saw Dave at sports events and still have pictures of my young kids in youth football and youth baseball that lined my household because Dave was there. He was part of our community, was part of our kids. Dave was an avid fisherman, diehard Cardinals fan, had a talent for cooking, and loved to entertain his friends and family. His vibrant personality and remarkable smile will be missed. I really wish the best for his family right now. It's a sorrowful loss for them, but also everybody in our hometown of Taylorville. Shannon and my kids, we send our thoughts and prayers to his wife, Debbie, his children, Mark and JD, his grandchildren, Libby, Bennett, Jameson, Charlotte, and Connor, his parents, James and Mary, and his siblings, Linda and Tom. David, may you rest in peace, my friend. Mr. Speaker, it's a sad day today. Last night, not just my good friend, but a great friend to our community in Sangamon County, Illinois, passed away. Rosemarie Long was somebody who I came to know as the head of our local Republican Party in Springfield, Illinois. I can tell you that Rose Long gave such good advice and great mentorship to many people like me and others who have walked this institution. Rose Long was somebody that cared about her community and cared about making her country better. My heart goes out to her family at this trying time, and I certainly want them to know that I know without Rose's guidance, without Rose's friendship, without Rose's support, I would not be blessed to serve as a member of Congress. And one thing about Rose, she was not shy at all of letting me know her concerns about what we may or may not be doing right for her in this institution. I cannot believe that Rose is gone, and I cannot believe that the world's going to be a better place without her. But I know one place that will be better with her, and that's heaven. Good luck, my friend. May you rest in peace, and may God continue to bless you and your family at this very sorrowful time. I yield back.
Pursuant to Clause 12A of Rule 1, the chair declares the House in recess until noon today.
The House will be in order. The prayer will be offered by Chaplain Kibben.
Would you pray with me? O holy God, we humble ourselves before you, coming to you in prayer as thousands across the globe and hundreds within this Congress have done on this, the day of the National Prayer Breakfast. We pause to lay before you ourselves, our hopes, our dreams, our frustrations, and our anger, keenly aware of your sovereignty over our lives and our failures in living them. Even as we kneel before you, anoint us with your mercy and lift up our eyes to your grace. Shine your redemptive light on us that we reflect the love that you have shown to us, that our attitudes toward each other and to the tasks you set before us would be changed to demonstrate the benevolent plan you desire to share with each one and with this country. As your people, holy and dearly loved, we commit to clothe ourselves with compassion, kindness, humility, gentleness, and patience. Forgiven by your mercy, we devote ourselves to bear with one another and to forgive the grievances we have against another. So transformed, may we live lives of reconciliation, not as a political position, but in a posture of compassion. And with these virtues, we will choose this day to love, that we would be bound together in perfect unity by the strength of your most holy name, in which we pray. Amen.
Pursuant to Section 5A1A of House Resolution 8, the Journal of the Last Day's Proceedings is approved. The Pledge of Allegiance will be led by the gentleman from California, Mr. Costa.
United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, and liberty and justice for all.
The chair will entertain up to 15 requests for 1-minute speeches on each side of the aisle. For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to advise and extend my remarks.
The gentleman is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I rise today to talk about an urgent need to address the doctor shortages in rural and medically underserved communities throughout our country. The current pandemic and problems with vaccine distribution have highlighted dangers behind a lack of access to the quality of health care in these areas. I am working to change that right now. Unlike producing personal protective equipment, it takes years to train a physician. This week, I will introduce legislation to invest in medical education and to create new medical schools throughout this country in underserved communities like mine in the San Joaquin Valley. This bill will help curb the shortfall of physicians in rural areas by enabling medical students to stay close to home. Studies increasingly show that students who can study close to home are more likely to stay there and practice there upon graduation. If we want to keep the promise that every American who wants a vaccine will get one, we need to have more doctors and nurses and medical providers throughout our country. This legislation would do just that. Helping my constituents and keeping them safe is my #1 priority. I'll continue to do whatever it takes to make that happen. This is important legislation, and I ask my colleagues on a bipartisan basis to support this legislation. I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields back. For what purpose does the gentleman from Michigan seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, I request the unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. In the midst of these hard times, we are especially grateful for the healthcare and frontline workers who have bravely answered the call. Thankfully, we see glimmers of hope with the discovery and distribution of multiple vaccines. Yet sadly, here in Congress, Democrats are using the pretense of COVID relief to ignore bipartisan consensus and push a $2 trillion liberal wish list of unrelated provisions. Let's not forget the most recent targeted COVID relief bill was signed into law only 1 month ago, and together with previously enacted stimulus laws, over $1 trillion remain unspent. Back home in Michigan, Governor Whitmer continues to go it alone, imposing punitive and arbitrary restrictions that have harmed too many small businesses and hardworking families. It's time to work together to end this pandemic and help our constituents get back on their feet. Let's get students back in the classroom, vaccines distributed, and workers back on the job. I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. For what purpose does the gentleman from Arizona seek recognition?
I seek recognition, Madam Speaker, to address the body for 1 minute and revise in unanimous consent.
The gentleman is recognized.
I rise today in honor of David Snyder, a constituent, a colleague, and a friend who passed away late last month. In every role, he dedicated himself selflessly and tirelessly to his community. I was honored to spend years working together on our state's water conservation and management issues. Water is the lifeblood of the Southwest, and David helped ensure that families across our great state had access to clean drinking water. He wore many hats, but the one that jumps out is as 2 terms as Pinell County Supervisor. His efforts helped keep Arizona on track during the drought that still exists. And his plans and expertise have helped us form important multi-state water agreements. I know David's legacy will live on. My heart is with the Snyder family and the entire Casa Grande community as we mourn his passing. Thank you, and I yield.
The gentleman yields back. For what purpose does the gentleman from Illinois rise?
Good morning. In broadcasting and agriculture. In 1963, Orion was the first to read the on-air bulletin that President Kennedy had been assassinated in Dallas. Orion's booming and distinctive voice is known well throughout Illinois and in our agriculture community. We will miss hearing his voice on air, seeing him at the Illinois State Fair in Springfield, and hearing his reports that help guide our farmers to success over the years. I want to thank Orion for his years of work and service and hope he enjoys a well-earned retirement. I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Florida seek recognition?
I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise or extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I have attended more police officers' funerals than I care to admit. Some I have eulogized. The services are beautiful, but the loss is tremendous. Officer Sickniss' murder hit us hard. It hit me hard for a lot of reasons, but this death should be personal to every member of Congress because I believe this body failed our Capitol police officers. We tell everybody else, if you see something, say something. Yet, while Brian was being murdered, other officers suffering great bodily harm and significant numbers of members in this body said nothing and continued to uphold the big lie. They followed the lawful, inhumane, and criminal orders of their commander-in-chief. But Brian remembered his oath, and if we want to honor his life, then all of us should follow his example. Many have given much, but Officer Brian Sickniss gave all. He paid the ultimate sacrifice, and we are forever grateful for a life well lived.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Minnesota seek recognition?
Ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, today I introduce resolution commemorating the 100th anniversary of the Department of Minnesota Veterans of Foreign Wars. The Minnesota VFW was founded on January 17, 1921, and today has over 200 posts across the state and serves more than 32,000 veterans who fought for America honorably overseas, as well as an additional 21,000 auxiliary members consisting of veterans' family members. The Minnesota VFW's century of service has helped strengthen the common bonds of our military heroes by improving the quality of life for veterans and their families. The VFW provides a wide array of services to its members, including youth development and scholarships, national security, advocacy, legislative affairs, citizenship, education, veterans fellowship retreats, and financial assistance for disabled veterans. I'm incredibly grateful to those at the Minnesota VFW who work tirelessly on behalf of our state's veterans. Here's to another 100 more years, and I ask members to co-sponsor my resolution. With that, I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. A lot of people in this body are talking about jobs these days, and rightfully so. Our economy is in crisis. But what I want to urge everyone that when we talk about rebuilding this economy, we are talking about all of the issues that make for a successful economy. And that includes childcare and attention to our children. Like many industries during this pandemic, childcare is struggling. Many facilities can't pay their bills due to reduced demand in services and increased costs to keep safe facilities for both children and staff. Many of us on both sides of the aisle have rightfully celebrated the heroes of this pandemic: healthcare workers, frontline workers, and essential workers. And these are the very people who are using childcare right now, and they are the ones who cannot work from home and therefore need enriching and safe places for their children to go while they literally save lives and provide for the American people. So I ask every member who has spoken so passionately about our heroes and about returning to normal life to move beyond those words and to take meaningful votes on legislation that will ensure access to equitable, high-quality childcare for infants, toddlers, preschoolers, and after-school care children alike all across this country. With that, I thank you and I yield back.
Gentlewoman yields back. For what purpose does the gentleman from Texas seek recognition?
Madam
Gentleman is recognized.
Madam Speaker, the first and most important job of the federal government is protecting its citizens. From day one, President Biden, who campaigned as the unifier in chief, has made a record unilateral decisions that compromise the security of our country and undermine the rights of the American people. In his flood of executive orders, President Biden has already stopped deportation, lifted travel restrictions from terrorist countries, halted border wall construction, empowered sanctuary cities, weakened asylum policies. I'm running out of breath, Madam Speaker. I welcome all freedom-loving, law-abiding citizens who want to make a better life for themselves in this country. But we must respect the sovereignty of this country. We must respect the rule of law, and we must always respect the American people's safety first. I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
I seek permission to address the House for a minute.
The gentlewoman is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I rise today in recognition of Youth Mentoring Month, which we celebrate in January. Established in 2002, Youth Mentoring Month celebrates the powerful impact of mentoring relationships and raises awareness about the need for more caring adults to become mentors in their communities. In 2006, I created a career development and mentoring program at Constitution High School in Philadelphia. And through the years, I've served as a mentor many times over. We often talk about mentoring in terms of the benefits to young people, but what surprises so many about mentoring is the emotional satisfaction and benefits to the mentor. Whether it be through a classroom, an arts program, or a local youth sports team, mentors provide young people with the guidance and encouragement they need to find success and reach their full potential. As co-chair of the bipartisan Congressional Youth Mentoring Caucus with Representative Jamie Herrera Butler, I look forward to celebrating and promoting mentoring programs across our country. And I yield back.
The gentlewoman yields back. For what purpose does the gentleman from North Carolina seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to address the House for up to 1 minute.
The gentleman is recognized.
Today, I would like to bring attention to a troubling assessment that was issued by the National Counterintelligence and Security Agency on Monday. China continues to aggressively seek to acquire Americans' genetic information. They have targeted American hotels, they have targeted government agencies, as well as our universities through hacks and ill-intentioned partnerships. They recently even tried to buy fertility clinics in the United States to gather American DNA. And as was cataloged on 60 Minutes last week, the Chinese are now targeting family research databases that Americans innocently use to research their family trees. Make no mistake, our healthcare information can be and will be used against us. The Chinese have already demonstrated the lengths to which they are willing to go to use genetics against their own people as they experiment on the Uyghurs and the Xinjiang province. This threat cannot be ignored. China has already personally received identifying information on most Americans. As citizens, we must take better control of our information, and Congress must act to keep this problem from getting worse. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from North Carolina seek recognition?
I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
The gentlewoman is recognized.
Madam Speaker, on February 1st, 1960, 4 young Black men sat down at a whites-only Woolworth's lunch counter in Greensboro, North Carolina, and asked to be served. These students from NC State University had trained for weeks to be able to withstand the hostility and abuse that would be thrust upon them. The next day, the Greensboro Four were joined by women from Bennett College and Greensboro Women's College. The courage demonstrated by these students sparked a national sit-in movement that spread to 55 cities in 13 states. The sit-ins lasted for 6 months until finally the Woolworth's lunch counter was integrated. As the representative from Greensboro, I join my colleagues, Representatives Adam and Butterfield, in introducing a resolution to recognize the legacy of the Greensboro Four and follow their lead in fighting for a future that will bring equal rights to all people. Thank you, and I yield back.
The gentlewoman yields back. For what purpose does the gentleman from South Carolina seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute, revising and my remarks.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I am grateful for the service of Correspondence Director of the 2nd Congressional District, Joshua Grant. This week, he is joining the office of my fellow Charlestonian, Senator Tim Scott, as a legislative correspondent for finance. Josh hails from the beautiful community of Walterboro, South Carolina, and joined the office of the 2nd District shortly after graduating from Benedict College, an historically Black college in Columbia, in 2016. During his time in the office, Josh continually went above and beyond and made every constituent feel and guest feel welcome. He instituted small-town sense of community to Capitol Hill. Congratulations to his parents, Joseph and Diana Grant, as well as his siblings, Tanya Johnson, Tiffany Giss, Lisa Grant, and Jason Grant, for raising a kind, smart, and inspired young man, a favorite of my wife, Roxanne. In conclusion, God bless our troops, and we will never forget September 11th and the global war on terrorism. After last night, Republicans are united to stop socialism, which destroys jobs. I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. For what purpose does the gentleman from Indiana seek recognition?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I request permission to address the House for 1 minute and revise and extend my remarks.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you. Madam Speaker, I rise today in opposition to President Biden's executive order to revoke the permit of the Keystone Pipeline. This decision was political, provides no benefit to the environment, and it came at a cost of approximately 11,000 good-paying American jobs. President Biden cited concerns regarding climate change for his reason for stopping the pipeline, but under President Obama and Vice President Joe Biden, the State Department conducted a review and found the pipeline to have minimal impact on the environment. Now, instead of having the pipeline, the oil from Canada will now be transported in less safe ways like trucks and railways. Axing the Keystone Pipeline destroyed thousands of jobs, won't reduce the greenhouse gas emissions, and only will deepen the divide on the issue of climate change. And with that, I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. For what purpose does the gentleman from Wisconsin seek recognition?
Thank you. I'd like to ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and
The
to
gentleman
revise
is
and extend my
recognized.
remarks.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you. Our wonderful country, America, has been given material wealth beyond belief, plus natural beauty that I think is greater than anything around the world. In 1973, how did this country respond to those gifts? The United States Supreme Court in Roe v. Wade legalized abortion, something that even in days before the ultrasound almost was universally condemned around the world. Since that time, 62 million unborn babies have had their lives cut short in America. The United States is one of only 7 countries in the world where late-term abortions are legal, joining countries like China, North Korea, Vietnam, and then Singapore, Canada, and Holland. Now we extend, under the current administration, look to push for still more abortions by talking about removing the Hyde Amendment, allowing for taxpayer funding, and even worse, repealing the New Mexico City policy in which the United States gives money to organizations abroad who will wind up performing abortions. That is what the United States will become known for around the world. How is this to respond to the natural wealth and beauty we've been given?
Gentleman's time has expired.
Thank you.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, request unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I rise today to recognize the Meals on Wheels program in Indiana County, Pennsylvania, who recently celebrated a 50-year milestone of helping neighbors in need. Marty Yashashiko is the lifeblood of this operation. Marty's been running the Meals on Wheels program in Indiana County out of the local American Legion kitchen since 1981. 5 days a week, Marty and his volunteers gather at the Legion to prepare meals for local senior citizens. Currently, Meals on Wheels of Indiana County is serving 35 seniors, but in the past, volunteers have served up to 70 individuals daily. Before COVID-19, almost 10 million seniors were facing hunger threats. Meals on Wheels provides an incredibly valuable service. It's not just hot meals. For many seniors, their only social interaction today may be their visit from a Meals on Wheels volunteer. That connection is invaluable. Meals on Wheels Indiana is always looking for more volunteers, looking to help seniors in their community. Thank you to Marty and the team at Meals on Wheels Indiana County for their dedication. Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields back. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from California seek recognition?
I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
The gentlewoman is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise today to join my community in recognizing and celebrating the Lunar New Year. 2021 is the year of Ox, which represents the strength, determination, and perseverance. We have seen the spirit in the American people during COVID-19 pandemic. And while we faced unprecedented challenges, we have also shown that the American people are resilient. And I hope this year, this new year, is filled with many blessings, joy, and renewal. I pray that this year brings success and happiness to all. And I hope to be a voice for our community to ensure that the American dream that I was able to achieve is available for everyone and for our next generation. Together, I know we can make a better world. I would like to extend a Happy New Year to everyone. Kong Chi Cha Fei, Xin Nian Kuai Le, Chok Mong Nam Moi. 새해 복 많이 받으세요. And thank you, and I yield back.
The gentlewoman yields back, and we request that you provide a translation for the reporter. Thank you. For what purpose does the gentleman from Massachusetts seek recognition?
By the direction of the Committee on Rules, I call up House Resolution 91 and ask for its immediate consideration.
The clerk will report the resolution.
House Calendar Number 4, House Resolution 91. Resolved that upon adoption of this resolution, it shall be in order without intervention of any point of order to consider in the House the resolution HRES 72, removing a certain member from certain standing committees of the House of Representatives. The resolution shall be considered as read. The previous question shall be considered as ordered on the resolution and preamble to adoption without intervening motion or demand for division of the question, except 1 hour of debate equally divided and controlled by the chair and ranking minority member of the Committee on Ethics.
The gentleman from Massachusetts is recognized for 1 hour.
Madam Speaker, for the purposes of debate only, I yield the customary 30 minutes to the gentleman from Oklahoma, Mr. Cole, pending which I yield myself such time as I may consume. During consideration of this resolution, all time yielded is for the purposes of debate only. I ask unanimous consent that all members be given 5 legislative days to revise and extend their remarks.
Without objection.
Madam Speaker, yesterday, the Rules Committee met and reported a rule, House Resolution 91, to provide for the consideration of HRES 72, removing a certain member from certain standing committees of the House of Representatives under a closed rule. The rule provides 1 hour of debate equally divided and controlled by the chair and ranking member of the Committee on Ethics. Madam Speaker, this is one of those moments where this institution must decide where the line is drawn. A person in this House encouraged violence against members of this institution, part of a larger pattern of disturbing rhetoric. She's also called the Sandy Hook and Parkland shootings, where young children were killed, a hoax. She followed and harassed a survivor of the Parkland shooting, David Hogg. She promoted a video featuring a Holocaust denier, which contained disgusting anti-Semitic language. She's even claimed that 9/11 was a hoax, that a plane didn't really hit the Pentagon. And what did our distinguished Minority Leader Kevin McCarthy do, Madam Speaker? Did he take action to push this disgusting rhetoric out of the Republican conference? No. He rewarded Congresswoman Green with seats on the Education and Labor and Budget committees. Now, I don't get surprised by much around here these days, but I was shocked by this. Our teachers and our students are watching, Madam Speaker. 2 of them are my sisters who are public school teachers in Massachusetts. I can't imagine how they feel knowing that someone who says the deadliest high school shooting in our nation's history was a false flag operation, how they will feel if that person sits behind the dais of the Education Committee or behind the dais of any committee. Madam Speaker, serving on a committee is not a right, it is a privilege. And when someone encourages violence against a member, they should lose that privilege. Now, this is not a radical idea. When something like this happened in the past, party leadership on both sides stepped up and took action. That's what happened with Democrat Bill Jefferson and Republican Steve King. We are here today because Minority Leader McCarthy does not have the courage to do what is right. Now, I remember a time when Republican leaders had the courage to do what was right. Dealing with the likes of Steve King was not an isolated incident. In 1991, when the Republican Party contended with David Duke, a Holocaust-denying neo-Nazi and former KKK Grand Wizard, former President George H.W. Bush said, and I quote, "He should be rejected for what he is and what he stands for," end quote. David Duke was pushed out of the party and stripped of any credibility and recognition. Even as recently as 2016, when Duke announced a run for the U.S. Senate, the then Republican National Committee chairman said, and I quote, "David Duke and his hateful bigotry have no place in the Republican Party," end quote. Madam Speaker, that seems like forever ago. What happened? The party of Lincoln is becoming the party of violent conspiracy theories. And apparently the leaders of the Republican Party in the House today are not going to do a damn thing about it. Now, I never thought I would say this, Madam Speaker, but I agree with Mitch McConnell. The Senate Minority Leader this week called Congresswoman Green's embrace of conspiracy theories, and I quote, "a cancer for the Republican Party," end quote. I would take it a step further. I think giving Congresswoman Green a megaphone on a standing committee would be a cancer on this entire Congress. None of us get to decide who the voters send to Congress, but as members of this body, it is our job to set the standard for the conduct of those who serve here, especially when they cross the line into violence. The Republican talking point now seems to be, I condemn Congresswoman Green's words, but, Madam Speaker, her words are indefensible, period, and we must act. Not because it helps us or hurts them, but because it is the right thing to do for this institution and for America. Is nothing beyond the pale? Is there anything so depraved and so disgusting that my colleagues would condemn it, not just with words, but with action? Will they not draw the line at calling for the assassination of another member of this body? It is my understanding that Congresswoman Green got a standing ovation from many members during their conference meeting last night. Come on. Who applauded the person who advocated putting a bullet in the head of the Speaker of the House? Who applauded the person who said school shootings are false flag operations? Who applauded the person who suggested that 9/11 was a hoax? I'd like to know. I'd like to know exactly who on the other side believes that these sick ideas deserve a standing ovation. Can we see a show of hands, please? You know, when the history books are written, they will remember this moment. But more than that, we all have to live with ourselves. And I could never live with myself if I did nothing here. This is not the time for any of us to just look the other way. Now, I'm actually hopeful that there are some Republican members who are willing to stand up and to join with us and vote for this resolution, because it is the right thing to do. Partisanship be damned. I challenge any one of my colleagues to take a moment and read. Take a moment and read what she has said and what she has posted, and come down here and try to defend it. You can't. It is indefensible. Congresswoman Green says this resolution could set a precedent for the future. I hope it does. Because if this isn't the bottom, then I don't know what the hell is. I hope we are setting a clear standard for what we will not tolerate. Anyone who suggests putting a bullet in the head of a member shouldn't serve on any committee, period. This is the standard that we are setting here today. And I'm betting it's a standard that the American people want us to uphold. This is where we draw the line, Madam Speaker. These words and actions are the worst I think I've ever seen, ever, in all my time here. We should have the courage to pass this rule and the underlying resolution on a bipartisan basis, to stand up for what is right, to demand better from those who serve in this institution, and to demand more for the people that we represent. I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Oklahoma.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I thank the distinguished gentleman from Massachusetts, my good friend Chairman McGovern, for yielding me the customary 30 minutes, and I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, today is a sad one for us, for me personally, for the Rules Committee, and for the entire House of Representatives. Today, we're meeting on an unprecedented resolution by the majority, removing a member of the minority party from her committee assignments. Now, before I continue, Madam Speaker, I want to be very clear that I find the comments made by the representative in question before she was elected to Congress to be deeply offensive.
Members of Congress are and should be held to a high standard. And if she spoke any of what has been reported while a member of this body, her words would certainly not meet that standard. But at last night's Republican conference, Representative Green expressed regret for her past statements, which speaks to a problem with today's resolution. Representative Green is not being given the courtesy of a referral to the Ethics Committee, the body empowered to investigate the conduct of members. She's not being given the same due process that is given to other members before facing punishment by the House. Why is it so hard for the majority to give a Republican member due process before stripping her of her committees? That's all I asked the Rules Committee last night, which the majority rejected. Today's resolution raises serious questions for this institution. Indeed, these questions have nothing to do with this particular member at all. Instead, they are about the future of the institution. The action the majority is proposing to take today is not only premature, but in fact unprecedented in the history of the House. Madam Speaker, what the majority is really proposing to do today is establish a new standard for punishing members for conduct before they ever became a member. The majority is proposing to hold members of Congress accountable for statements made before they were even a candidate for Congress. This change opens up troubling questions about how we judge future members of Congress and whether or not we as an institution should impose sanctions on members for actions they took before they were even candidates for office. Under this majority's new approach, could a member be punished for statements they made 5 years ago, 10 years ago, 20 years ago? I would remind the majority that several of their own members have engaged in activities or made comments that Republican members find offensive and inappropriate. If the majority changes hands in the future, as it surely will at some point, how would the current majority feel if these members are stripped of their committee assignments with no due process? My friends run the risk of setting off a tit-for-tat exchange of escalating partisan punishment and score settling that could cripple the operation of the House now and well into the future. But what has also never been done before in the history of the institution is this. The majority has never taken steps to exercise a veto over the minorities committee assignments. It has never done, Madam Speaker. I know my friend Chairman McGovern attempted to point out some cases in yesterday's Rules Committee hearing to the contrary, but each of those cases he cited actually involved the party sanctioning their own members. The majority exercising a veto over the minorities' assignments has never happened before. I would also like to point out that this is the same majority which raised no objections a week ago when this House unanimously approved resolutions on committee assignments. In the past, the majority and minority have respected each other's rights to place members on committees without interference. It has ultimately been the responsibility of each side to also hold their members accountable for unacceptable behavior, including making decisions to remove members from their committee assignments when warranted. Indeed, Madam Speaker, Republicans have removed members from committees in the past. I know. I have personally been part of those proceedings. We can and will do so again if necessary, but it will be done with due process and with the members in question, whoever they may be, allowed to make their case. That is a simple standard of fair play and decency that the majority has decided not to extend to a member of the minority in this case. I truly believe that the majority claiming a new right to be able to exercise a veto over minority committee assignments will ultimately be dangerous for this institution. A change in norms away from an institution built on mutual consent and toward an institution where the majority holds a veto power over everything, including committee assignments, is ultimately an institution that cannot function. If one side feels the other should take corrective action for one of its members and has failed to do so, then the Bipartisan Ethics Committee exists to adjudicate matters related to the Code of Official Conduct. I believe it would be appropriate for the Ethics Committee to determine if a new standard relating to the actions taken by a member of Congress before they are elected
should be covered by the Code of Official Conduct and make the appropriate recommendations for the institution to guide us going forward. I fear that doing anything other than this would send the institution down a precarious path. The Ethics Committee is the appropriate venue for considering claims of misconduct. That is traditionally what this institution has done when considering the conduct of an individual member. And I believe today it is appropriate to adhere to that norm. Madam Speaker, the matter we are faced with is bigger than any one individual member. It's about how we as an institution will continue to function in the future. I fear that if we open this particular Pandora's box, we will not like what happens next. I would strongly urge this House to consider an alternative course before it's too late. With that, Madam Speaker, I urge opposition to the rule, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves the balance of his time. The gentleman from Massachusetts is recognized.
Yeah, Madam Speaker, let me just yield myself such time as I may consume and respond to a couple of things my good friend Mr. Cole just said. As he pointed out, in the past, members were removed from committees as a result of the wishes of their party leaders. It did not go through the Ethics Committee. And the reason why we're here is because in this case, which seems very obvious to us, the Republican leadership chose not to act. In fact, they met last night and they voted on whether to remove Congresswoman Cheney from her position because she had the courage of her convictions and came down and voted her conscience. They didn't vote on this. And again, let me also point out with regard to the Ethics Committee, there's no Ethics Committee that exists quite right yet because the Republicans haven't appointed members, all their members to the Ethics Committee. So it doesn't even function at this particular point. And I would just also say that, listening to my good friend, he talks about all of this as if it's somehow ancient history. Well, the gentlewoman for Georgia, as we speak, continues to fundraise off these disturbing remarks. I'm not sure what she said to the Republican conference last night, but just last night she tweeted about raising $175,000 off of this and said, quote, "We will not back down, we will never give up." That's not contrition, Madam Speaker. I said it to my colleagues. That's doubling down and profiting. And so with that, I want to yield 2 minutes to the distinguished gentlewoman from Pennsylvania, a member of the Rules Committee, Ms. Scanlon.
Pennsylvania is recognized for 2 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I too have to agree with the ranking member on rules that this does raise serious questions for our institution and assure him that this is not a move taken lightly. But our colleagues have left us no choice. Historically, the parties have policed themselves. Even as recently as 2 years ago, our Republican colleagues removed a member from committees after he made a series of false and despicable statements, which were less serious than the conduct we consider here. But apparently that was the old GOP. In the words of Republican Senator John Thune of South Dakota, the party of limited government and fiscal responsibility, free markets and peace through strength has become the party of conspiracy theories and QAnon. No matter how much our colleagues here today say that they disapprove of the conduct of the representative from Georgia, they must realize that she is now the face of their party. If today's House Republican caucus wants to embrace this behavior, the majority does not. The member in question has advocated for insurrection and violence against elected officials and children, has challenged the safety of members and our Capitol Police, and has promoted fringe conspiracy theories that damage our work. Such behavior would not be tolerated in any other workplace, and it cannot be tolerated in the People's House. My colleagues on the other side of the aisle know this, and while they've been careful to distance themselves from their members' remarks and actions, they have not shown the courage to hold a member of their own party accountable when they don't have the shield of a secret vote. They force us to take this action to stop the spread of conspiracy theories, lies, and hate in the halls of Congress. This isn't canceling the representative from Georgia's voice. It's about accountability. There is no right to committee assignments, but if a member conducts his or herself in so disgraceful a way that she brings discredit upon Congress and her own party cannot address the problem, then the House as a whole has to deal with it. I urge my colleagues to recognize what the public has recognized in a bipartisan manner, that the indecent behavior of this member is a threat to Congress and our government. And with that, I yield back.
The gentlewoman's time has expired. The gentleman from Massachusetts reserves. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Oklahoma.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I quickly yield myself such time as I may consume just for informational purposes. There's no way my friend from Massachusetts could have known this, but last night the Republican members were formally named. We expect them to be approved to the Ethics Committee. We expect them to be approved today, so the committee could function immediately. But again, my friend would have had no way of knowing that. With that, Madam Speaker, I would like to yield 10 minutes to the gentlelady from Georgia, Mrs. Green.
The chair recognizes the gentlewoman from Georgia for 10 minutes.
Thank you. Madam Speaker, my Democrat colleagues, Republican colleagues, my district back home in Georgia 14, to the American people, to my mom and dad, and my husband and my children. I've been here for 1 month and a day, and I've gotten to know part of my conference, my Republican colleagues, but not even all of them yet. I haven't gotten to know any of my Democrat colleagues, and I haven't had to have any conversations with any of you to tell you who I am and what I'm about. You only know me by how Media Matters, CNN, MSNBC, and the rest of the mainstream media is portraying me. What you don't know about me is that I'm a very proud wife of almost 25 years, that I'm a mother of 3 children, and I consider being a mother the greatest blessing of my life and the greatest thing that I'll ever achieve. I'm proudly the first person to graduate college in my family, making my parents very happy and proud. I'm also a very successful business owner. We've grown our company from 1 state to 11 states. I'm a very hard worker. I've always paid my taxes. I've never been arrested. I've never done drugs, but I've gotten a few speeding tickets in my day. What you need to know about me is I'm a very regular American, just like the people I represent in my district and most people across the country. I never ever considered to run for Congress or even get involved in politics. As a matter of fact, I wasn't a political person until I found a candidate that I really liked, and his name is Donald J. Trump when he ran for president. To me, he was someone I could relate to, someone that I enjoyed his plain talk, not the offensive things, but just the way he talked normally. And I thought, finally, maybe this is someone that will do something about the things that deeply bother me, like the fact that we're so deeply in debt that our country has murdered over 62 million people in the womb. The fact that our borders are open and some of my friends have had their children murdered by illegal aliens. Or perhaps that maybe we can stop sending our sons and daughters to fight in foreign wars and be used as the world's police, basically. Or maybe that our government would stand up for our American businesses and our American jobs and make the American people and the American taxpayers their focus. These are the things that I care about deeply. So when we elected President Trump, and then I started seeing things in the news that didn't make sense to me, like Russian collusion, which are conspiracy theories also, and have been proven so. These things bothered me deeply, and I realized just watching CNN or Fox News, I may not find the truth. And so what I did is I started looking up things on the internet, asking questions like most people do every day. Use Google. And I stumbled across something, and this was at the end of 2017, called QAnon. Well, these posts were mainly about this Russian collusion information. A lot of it was some of what I would see on the news at night, and I got very interested in it. So I posted about it on Facebook, I read about it, I talked about it, I asked questions about it, and then more information came from it. But you see, here's the problem. Throughout 2018, because I was upset about things and didn't trust the government really, because the people here weren't doing the things that I thought they should be doing for us, the things that I just told you I cared about. And I want you to know, a lot of Americans don't trust our government, and that's sad. The problem with that is, though, is I was allowed to believe things that weren't true, and I would ask questions about them and talk about them. And that is absolutely what I regret. Because if it weren't for the Facebook post and comments that I liked in 2018, I wouldn't be standing here today, and you couldn't point a finger and accuse me of anything wrong, because I've lived a very good life that I'm proud of, my family's proud of, my husband's proud of, my children are proud of, and that's what my district elected me for. So later in 2018, when I started finding misinformation, lies, things that were not true in these QAnon posts, I stopped believing it. And I want to tell you, any source, and I say this to everyone, any source of information that is a mix of truth and a mix of lies is dangerous, no matter what it is saying, what party it is helping, anything or any country it's about. It's dangerous. And these are the things that happen on the left and the right. And it is a true problem in our country. So I walked away from those things, and I decided I'm going to do what I've done all my life. I'm going to work hard and try to solve the problems that I'm upset about. So I started getting involved in politics. You see, school shootings are absolutely real. And every child that is lost, those families mourn it. I understand how terrible it is, because when I was 16 years old in 11th grade, my school was a gun-free school zone, and one of my schoolmates brought guns to school and took our entire school hostage. And that happened right down the hall from my classroom. I know the fear that David Hogg had that day. I know the fear that these kids have. And this is why, and I say this sincerely with all my heart, because I love our kids, every single one of your children, all of our children. I truly believe that children at school should never be left unprotected. I believe they should be just as protected as we were with 30,000 National Guardsmen. Our children are our future, and they're our most precious resource. I also want to tell you 9/11 absolutely happened. I remember that day crying all day long watching it on the news. And it's a tragedy for anyone to say it didn't happen. And so that I definitely want to tell you, I do not believe that it's fake. I also want to tell you that we've got to do better. You see, big media companies can take teeny tiny pieces of words that I've said, that you have said, any of us, and can portray us into someone that we're not. And that is wrong. Cancel culture is a real thing. It is very real. And when big tech companies like Twitter, you can scroll through and see where someone may have retweeted porn. This is a problem. This is a terrible, terrible thing. But yet, when I say that I absolutely believe with all my heart that God's creation is He created them male and female, and that should not be denied, when I am censored for saying those type of things, that is wrong. You see, here's the real situation. I decided to run for Congress because I wanted to help our country. I want Americans to have our American dream. I want to protect our freedoms. This is what I ran for Congress on. I never once said during my entire campaign, QAnon. I never once said any of the things that I am being accused of today during my campaign. I never said any of these things since I have been elected for Congress. These were words of the past, and these things do not represent me. They do not represent my district, and they do not represent my values. Here's what I can tell you. I am beyond grateful for this opportunity, and I'll tell you why. I believe in God with all my heart, and I'm so grateful to be humbled, to be reminded that I'm a sinner and that Jesus died on the cross to forgive me for my sins. And this is something that I absolutely rejoice in today to tell you all. And I think it's important for all of us to remember, none of us are perfect. None of us are. And none of us can even come close to earning our way into heaven just by our acts and our works. But it's only through the grace of God. And this is why I will tell you, as a member of this Congress, the 117th Congress, I'm a passionate person. I'm a competitor. I'm a fighter. I will work with you for good things for the people of this country. But the things I will not stand for is abortion. I think it's the worst thing this country has ever committed. And if we are to say in God we trust, how do we murder God's creation in the womb? Another thing I will say to this body is I want to work with all of you for our people. It should be America first always, always, and there's nothing wrong with that. And if this Congress is to tolerate members that condone riots that have hurt American people, attacked police officers, occupied federal property, burned businesses and cities, but yet wants to condemn me and crucify me in the public square for words that I said and I regret a few years ago, then I think we are in a real big problem, a very big problem. What shall we do as Americans? Shall we stay divided like this? Will we allow the media that is just as guilty as QAnon of presenting truth and lies to divide us? Will we allow ourselves to be addicted to hate and hating one another? I hope not, because that's not the future I want for my children, and it's not the future I want for any of your children. I yield back my time. Thank you.
The gentlewoman's time has expired. The gentleman from Oklahoma reserves. The gentleman from Massachusetts is recognized.
Well, first of all, Madam Speaker, to equate the media to QAnon is beyond the pale. Secondly, the gentlewoman said that she now believes that 9/11 really happened, but let me just read a quote. At the Conservative American Priority Conference, she said, and I quote, "It's odd that there's never any evidence shown for a plane in the Pentagon." But anyways, I'm not going to dive into the 9/11 conspiracy. Now, granted, that was 2018. And the gentlewoman just told us that in 2018, she had an epiphany and decided not to follow these conspiracy theories anymore. But then in 2019, she claims that Speaker Pelosi is guilty of treason, and then says, quote, "It's a crime punishable by death is what treason is. Nancy Pelosi is guilty of treason." That's 2019. And also in 2019, she liked a comment on social media that advocated a bullet to the head of Speaker Pelosi. Also in 2019, she in an interview, she called a student survivor of the Parkland massacre, quote, "very trained, he's like a dog," end quote. And then said that he was an idiot who only talked when he is scripted. Also in 2019, on the grounds of the Capitol complex, Representative Green followed a survivor of Parkland massacre, calling him a coward. And then when he ignored her, shouted questions, said he can't say a word because he can't defend his stance. I mean, that's 2019. Now, we could be here all week going over comments and posts in 2019 and in 2020. And so I just have to say that, I did not hear a disavowalment or an apology for those things. I did not hear an apology or a denouncement for the claim, the insinuation that political opponents should be violently dealt with. I didn't hear anybody apologize or retract the anti-Semitic and Islamophobic remarks that have been made, that have been posted over and over and over again. And again, the gentlewoman's campaign has profited off of these hurtful remarks and these dangerous statements. And so I just point that out for the record, and I would reserve my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Oklahoma is recognized.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I yield 1.5 minutes to my very good friend, distinguished gentleman from Georgia, Mr. Scott.
The gentleman is recognized for 1.5 minutes.
Yes, ma'am. I want to thank the gentleman for yielding. And this morning, as many of you, I was watching the National Day of Prayer. And while watching, I was reading an opinion piece in Baptist News. And this quote stuck out to me as relevant to today's debate. "Whoever has the power makes the rules. Whoever makes the rules makes them in their favor." Now, Madam Speaker, I want you to know that I read that before I saw your prayer, which I thought was a wonderful closing prayer. I would point out some others who don't share our faith might not. I thought it was wonderful, and that's the First Amendment that we get to enjoy in this country, and I thank you for that prayer. And I rise today in opposition to House Resolution 72 in efforts by the majority to remove a member of the minority party from their committee assignments. This resolution, and I think this is important, was introduced 3 days ago to the Ethics Committee, but it was brought to the floor without so much as a hearing before the Ethics Committee. Now, I want to stress, the past remarks or emojis that you bring up of our colleague do not represent the values of our conference, nor of my home state of Georgia. I expressed this in her primary, and I continue to express that today. But if this was about the remarks our colleague made, you would put a resolution on the floor condemning those remarks. But no matter what those remarks are or how bad they are, she and every other member of this body should be entitled to due process, just as every other American is entitled to due process. And in this case, it would be before the Ethics Committee before it came to the floor of the House. But let's be honest about what this is.
The gentleman's time has expired.
Madam Speaker, I yield the gentleman an additional 30 seconds.
The gentleman has an additional 30 seconds. The gentleman is recognized.
You have a 10-vote margin in this body. This body has 20 standing committees. You created a proxy voting system that allows your members to stay at home while the Republican members show up for work. And you have another resolution that you haven't discussed yet to remove over 100 Republican members of Congress, including 6 from my home state of Georgia. Do you really think that we believe that you're going to stop with the gentle lady from the 14th, Miss Marjorie Taylor Greene? We know better. We know better. The truth of the matter is, you've got a math problem in passing your agenda.
Expired. The gentleman from Oklahoma reserves. Members are reminded to direct your remarks to the chair. The gentleman from Massachusetts is recognized.
Yeah, Madam Speaker, let me just tell my colleague from Georgia, I can't resist. He mentioned proxy voting. I hate to tell him, but a lot of Republicans are voting by proxy too. So they're the same ones who condemned it are the ones who are now utilizing it. And again, I would also remind him that this is not a criminal trial, and that when the Republicans removed Steve King from his committees, there was no ethics committee deliberation on that. The decision was made to remove Steve King because finally, at long last, there was a realization that embracing white supremacism was unacceptable. When Bill Jefferson, a Democrat, was removed by Democrats, again, he was removed from his committees. It wasn't an ethics committee deliberation. At this point, I'm going to finish my thought. It was a decision that our leadership made, and there was bipartisan support for that as well. Now we just we can sit here all we want and try to make excuses for not taking action. I think the standard here is Republicans are coming to the floor and saying we don't want to associate ourselves with these remarks. We condemn these remarks, but. We don't appreciate any references to violence, and we don't appreciate any references to anti-Semitism, but. And here we are. And so the issue here is that the Republican conference last night met to really deliberate on the fate of Congresswoman Cheney. Didn't take a vote on this. And basically, by doing nothing, what does that message send? How refreshing it would be, how welcome it would be if there was a strong bipartisan vote on this resolution. Imagine, what that would mean to the American people to know that we were all unified on the issue of when a member, when a person who serves in this House has advocated the use of violence, called for assassinations, that we all agree that is so unacceptable that at a minimum they ought not to have the privilege of being on a committee. And I'm not sure we're going to get that kind of unity here today, but I hope we do, and I reserve my time.
The gentleman reserves his time. The gentleman from Oklahoma is recognized.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Just quickly, I yield myself such time as I may consume. Just for my friend, just to respond to my friend briefly, remember, we're doing something here that's never been done before. The majority is taking away a committee assignment of the minority. That has not happened in this House before. Also remember, we're applying, or you were choosing to apply, the Code of Official Conduct to a member before they were ever a member. That's not, to my knowledge, ever been done before either. We haven't said, let's do nothing. We've said, these are pretty serious questions. Let's go to the Ethics Commission, adjudicate them, have a discussion, and have the recommendation come back out. So to say we don't want to do something is just simply inaccurate. I think you're frankly overlooking the unprecedented nature of the acts that you've decided upon and where that may lead us when the majority changes. So with that, I want to yield 2 minutes to my very good friend, the distinguished gentleman from California, Mr. Issa.
The gentleman is recognized for 2 minutes.
Thank you. I find myself sort of the oldest freshman in my class, returning after just a 2-year hiatus and finding a house that I'm having a hard time understanding how it got so bad in such a short period of time. As my colleague on the other side of the aisle aptly said, we have had to remove people for cause in this body. When I was a freshman some 20 years ago, we removed Jim Traffickin because he had been tried and convicted and still wouldn't resign. We've stripped people of their committees when they've been indicted and ensured that they left this body when they were convicted. But we have not and should not, in fact, hold people responsible for actions before the people of their home state elected them and their Secretary of State certified them and they came here. In so doing, we could pick a plethora of people not to seat or not to give committees to. On the other side of the aisle, there is a gentleman who I respect, who I've served with for my entire time in Congress, who was impeached and removed from office by this very body, and yet has served honorably here for more than 2 decades and sits at a high position on many committees. After the Civil War, in time, there were people who had been Confederate soldiers who came here as congressmen. In fact, the famous Senator Byrd was a grand wizard of the Ku Klux Klan before he was a member of these bodies. We cannot and should not judge people by what they have done before they arrive, and we should not tell the minority who they can seat. You may shame us, you may disparage us if we give somebody a committee assignment, but that is part of the free speech. In closing, if we do this, it will be no different than when John Adams allowed for a member of...
Expired.
30 more seconds.
An additional 15 seconds to close.
The gentleman is recognized for an additional 15 seconds.
When a member of this body was incarcerated for something that John Adams felt was injurious to him under the Sedition Act. It was retroactive. He had written it before the act was passed, and the act was, in fact, not in keeping with our free speech.
The gentleman
With that,
from
I yield back.
Oklahoma reserves, and the gentleman from Massachusetts is recognized.
Madam Speaker, let me again just respond by reminding the gentleman that this isn't an issue because of political differences on policy. It just isn't. I mean, I remind him, Representative Green in January 2019, on her social media, liked a comment that advocated a bullet to the head of the Speaker of the House. That doesn't bother you? That doesn't give you pause? Because there's a whole bunch of those kinds of posts on her social media. Is there anything that is so awful that will give you pause? I mean, we heard Ms. Green, she came down here and we heard 10 minutes of whataboutism. and conspiracy, and comparing QAnon journalists to, and comparing American journalists to violent QAnon extremists. Basically saying it's not her fault, it's everybody else's fault. Not taking personal responsibility and really not apologizing for any of these really offensive things. And so this is one of these moments of truth as to, what do we think about this institution? I mean, I really do think this is a vote about the integrity of this institution and about upholding a standard of decency. And quite frankly, we were all hoping you'd do it. You do the right thing. But apparently, I think a political decision was made that it's advantageous not to alienate certain types of voters in this country, even if they think the way and they advocate for the policies and ideas that Ms. Green has put forward. That's what this is about. And I know, I've talked to many of my colleagues on the other side. I know many are very uncomfortable and very offended by what she has said and what she has posted, but apparently not offended or uncomfortable enough to actually take action. And I think that that's unfortunate. I reserve my time.
From Massachusetts reserves, the gentleman from Oklahoma is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I yield 3 minutes to the distinguished Republican whip of the Congress, my good friend, Mr. Scalise from Louisiana.
Gentleman from Louisiana is recognized for 3 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank the gentleman from Oklahoma for yielding. Madam Speaker, I've been clear for a long time that the comments made by Ms. Green prior to being elected a member of Congress are completely inappropriate. And in fact, I've spoken directly to her to express that. And we had a long conversation, frankly, similar to the one that we just heard on the floor a few minutes ago, Madam Speaker, where we heard Ms. Green herself come and give a full account of things she's done in her past. In fact, at the end, she said, Jesus died on the cross to forgive me of my sins. She's actually held herself to account, as many of us have as well. I wonder if that same new standard that is being talked about today is anticipated to be applied equally by the majority's side of people who have done things egregious and haven't given account. And in fact, done those things as sitting members of Congress. Not what happened in 2018, 2019, that we all decry. But Madam Speaker, if the things that happened in 2018 and 2019 were so egregious that they warrant the unprecedented step of removing a member of Congress from all committees by the majority party against someone in the minority party, if that was so egregious, why then did not a single Democrat object to that last week when that issue came before this Congress on this floor and she was added to those committees? This is the resolution that added her to the committees. Not a single Democrat last week, not in 2018 or 19, last week, not a single Democrat objected. But now with this new standard seems to be applied. Look, this morning we continued a great tradition in this Congress, the National Prayer Breakfast, where Republicans and Democrats come together and leaders from the entire world come together to pray. Today, things like forgiveness were freely discussed. I want to read chapter 8:7, John 8:7. So, when they continued asking him, he lifted up himself and said unto them, he that is without sin among you, let him first cast a stone at her. Madam Speaker, we need to stop casting stones at each other and rise to the level where we're going to start spending every day on this House floor, not fighting battles of the past, but fighting for the hard-working families of this country who are counting on us to come together I ask that the leadership withdraw this resolution, and let's get back to work for the American people. I yield back the balance of my time.
Let me just say to the gentleman who just spoke that, that I do believe that that the standard that we're upholding today should be viewed equally for everybody. If any member of this chamber has advocated for the execution of another member, then I will join, whether they're Democrat or Republican, I will join with everybody here in advocating that they be taken off their committees. I've said that over and over and over again. I mean, I don't know. I mean, is that a controversial idea that if people advocate that kind of stuff, that somehow we're going to look the other way, or we're going to move on and let's not even talk about it? And I'll remind the gentleman, this is not ancient history. She continues to fundraise off this stuff. Now, I mean, read her social media. I'm sure you do. So, I mean, come on. And, and then I'm a little confused because the gentleman was like saying we shouldn't be doing this today, but we should have done it last week when there was a unanimous consent request to basically move forward a whole bunch of committee assignments, Democrats and Republicans forward. I mean, the deal is if we had taken that down, then a whole bunch of people would be without committee assignments as we speak. We have a lot of work to do to get this economy back on the right track and to crush this virus, especially in the aftermath of the 4 years we've been through. So, we all want to move forward. We all want to move on, but you can't move forward unless there's some accounting here, unless there's some reckoning with what all of this means. And I would think that for the sake of this institution, I mean, if we want to uphold a standard of decency in this institution, then we'll all come together on this. I mean, what we just heard from Ms. Green was not an apology. And if that was the speech that was given last night in the Republican conference, I guess my question would be, and that got a standing ovation? I didn't hear an apology for the incredibly dangerous and hurtful remarks that she's made. I didn't hear an explanation for why she's still fundraising off of off of these terrible things here. So I don't know what my colleagues found so convincing, but I stand here today still deeply troubled and offended by the things that she has posted and the things that she has said, and still not taking responsibility for, and still not apologize for it. And the idea of coming to the floor and basically saying, well, it's the media's fault, it's this person's fault or that person's fault, and that the American media is equivalent to the violent QAnon extremists. Well, I got to tell you, just when you think you've heard everything, then you hear that. I reserve my time.
Gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Oklahoma is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentleman's recognized.
Thank you. Just quickly for the record, so my friend knows, the resolution that the whip was referring to, Mr. Cleese was referring to last night, or just a few minutes ago, only concerned Republicans. So if you wanted to object to Republicans, that's what you could have done. Didn't involve Democrats at all. Madam Speaker, I yield myself such time as I may consume. If we defeat the previous question, I will offer an amendment to the rule to amend House rules to state that any resolution proposing to remove a member from a committee assignment shall not be in order unless offered by or with the concurrence of the leader of the party of the member of the subject of the resolution. Madam Speaker, this speaks to a norm of basic fairness that today's resolution does not comply with. In the past, the majority has never attempted to exercise a veto over the minority's committee assignments, nor has the minority ever attempted to do the same to the majority. This has been, in the past, an unwritten rule, a norm of the House has adhered to in order to protect the operations of the institution. But the majority's actions today threatens that norm and threatens to set off a new round of escalating partisan punishment anytime the majority changes hands. Enshrining historical practice as a new rule is an important step to protect the institution as a whole. Madam Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to insert the text of my amendment in the record along with extraneous material immediately prior to the vote on the previous question. With that, Madam Speaker, I urge a no vote on the previous question and reserve the balance of my time.
Without objection, the gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Massachusetts is recognized.
Yes, Madam Speaker, I just want to respond by saying to the gentleman, we have been waiting. We've been members now for over a month in this new Congress. And we've been waiting for action. I guess we got the answer last night. A standing ovation for somebody who has said and posted what Ms. Green has said and posted. I mean, that's the response. So we've waited, and now we are going to move forward with this action. And with that, I reserve my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Oklahoma is recognized.
Well, just in response to my good friend, I yield myself such time as I may consume. I was actually there. So number one, she didn't get a standing ovation for things that she'd said. She got a standing ovation for regretting things that she had said and saying she'd been wrong and saying and denouncing QAnon and denouncing school shootings. That's what she got the standing ovation for. So my friend didn't have the opportunity to hear that. I just wanted to take the opportunity to inform him. I would advise my friend I'm prepared to close whenever he is.
Gentleman's recognized.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I yield myself the balance of my time.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you again, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, in closing, I oppose the rule. Never before in the history of this institution has the majority attempted to exercise a veto over the minority's right to make committee assignments. Yet today, the majority is choosing to do just that. This leads the institution down a dangerous path, the end of which we cannot see. Madam Speaker, there are alternative paths open that I believe the House should consider. We owe it to ourselves and to the institution to do so. Before we strip a member of her committees, before that person, for remarks the person made before they were subject to the official rules of conduct of the House, maybe we ought to have a discussion about that if we're going to extend that in a way that we never have before in the institution. I'm not necessarily against that, by the way. I think that's a worthy topic. I also think if we're going to strip a member before they've ever served on a committee, they ought to have an opportunity to tell their side of the story in a judicious proceeding. Our ethics committee has resolved a lot of knotty issues in a very bipartisan way, and not with the members escaping punishment. So to say we've asked for nothing, it be done, it's quite the opposite. We've said, let's go to the Ethics Commission. Let's hash through these tough issues of changing the scope of the official conduct provisions of the House that apply to members. Let's talk about whether or not it's appropriate for the majority to actually try to dictate the people that the minority puts on committee. And finally, let's give a member that we accuse of something an opportunity to make his or her case. That's what we've asked for. And that's what the majority has chosen not to do. I think, Madam Speaker, it's a dangerous mistake. It's a mistake that, frankly, when the majority changes, the temptation will be overwhelming for members to say, oh, well, there's a member I didn't like or said something or did something I didn't like. As a member, I think I'm just going to take that committee assignment away. I can give you a list of people that have done things that I think are inappropriate on both sides of the aisle, quite frankly. But we've never done that here. And I don't think we should start doing that here. So all we've asked for is a process, an ethics commission discussion. We think that is the appropriate way to proceed. So, Madam Speaker, I urge my colleagues to vote no on the previous question, no on the rule, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields back. The gentleman from Massachusetts is recognized.
Madam Speaker, this is a very serious matter, and I appreciate my ranking member, Mr. Cole, for the way he conducts himself, because I know he cares deeply about this institution, and he knows that I admire him greatly. The gentleman from Louisiana, Mr. Scalise, was on the floor, and he quoted the Bible. And I've read the Bible too, I want to inform the gentleman. And I believe in the Jesuit tradition. Apology is not just words, it's action. And I didn't hear Ms. Green do that today. I heard a lot of whataboutisms, but I didn't hear her take responsibility, nor did I hear her apologize for some of the most egregious things that she's posted and said. I also have to point out for the record, because I think this is important, I'm not convinced her memory is 100% accurate here on some things. She said she'd here just now, and she spoke to the whole chamber, she said she didn't discuss QAnon during her campaign. But last July, she said in a local interview, and I quote, "I've only ever seen patriotic sentiment coming out of that source," end quote. And she wouldn't answer if she was still a follower. So I'm a little confused that she's now trying to denounce QAnon, but yet she said recently that they're patriots. Never seen anything other than patriotic sentiment coming out of that source. QAnon is a dangerous, sick cult, period. And nobody, certainly nobody in this chamber should ever in any way, shape, or form try to associate themselves with them. They're not patriotic individuals. They are pushing sick, dangerous, violent conspiracy theories. Many of the people who attacked this chamber on January 6th had their QAnon flags and insignias. So give me a break. You know, I don't know what it's going to take for some here to act. And I will just repeat what I said earlier. I don't know what the hell happened to the Republican Party. The party of Lincoln, the party of Eisenhower, the party of Reagan is becoming the party of Marjorie Taylor Greene and the party of violence, of violent conspiracy theories. If anyone has any question about the things that she has said or done, anybody who's watching, you know, just spend a moment and look at her social media posts. Don't take my word for it. You know, go research it for yourself. Google it. It's all there. They go well beyond anything that we have seen from any member in this body. Encouraging violence against another member. Posting and saying that 9/11 was a hoax. That school shootings were planned by gun safety advocates. Spreading anti-Semitic and anti-Muslim conspiracies and hate speech. It's all there. We're not just saying this, it's there. Now, I'm a big believer in the ethics committee process, but I don't need an investigation to tell me what I can read with my own eyes. The only question is this: what are we going to do about it? Just as there was bipartisan agreement that Congressman King had no business on the committee, there should be bipartisan agreement that Congresswoman Greene doesn't either. The only reason this is taking a resolution on the floor today is that Leader McCarthy is unwilling to apply that same standard here. A stern conversation is not enough. We aren't talking about expulsion here today, you know, though some think that that is warranted, but that's not what we're talking about. We are deciding whether someone who has encouraged violence against members should be given a platform on a standing committee. That's what the topic is here today. And I have to say, I didn't even know that was a question. I assumed the answer was obvious, but apparently it is not to some here. Inaction is complicity, Madam Speaker. We must set a standard of conduct in this institution and ensure that the violence, conspiracy theories, and the lies that we see on the darkest corners of the internet don't get a platform on a standing committee here in the House of Representatives. I hope my colleagues will vote their conscience. I hope my colleagues will do what is right for the institution. This is about the institution, about who we are. And again, for the life of me, I don't understand what is complicated here. You know, what is giving people hesitation? We know the result of these violent conspiracy theorists. We saw that on January 6th. We know what it leads to. I don't ever want to see that again. And we all should make clear where we stand on this. And so, you know, coming here, Congresswoman Greene coming here and speaking for 10 minutes and not taking responsibility for any of this stuff, trying to make us believe that she doesn't believe in QAnon anymore when we now have, we just pointed to an interview that was fairly recent. not apologizing for the most egregious comments that she has posted. I mean, we have to be better than this. This can't be the future. And I'm hoping that we will get a bipartisan vote here. I'm hoping that, because I do think, as I said before, a strong bipartisan vote on this, what a refreshing signal that would be to the American people, that all of us together are standing up against hate, against violence, against conspiracy theories, that we're together on this. This shouldn't be hard. With that, Mr. Speaker, I yield back the balance of my time and I move to the previous question on the resolution.
The gentleman yields back. The question is on order in the previous question on the resolution. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it.
On that, I would ask for the yeas and nays.
Pursuant to Section 3S of House Resolution 8, the yeas and nays are ordered. Members will record their votes by electronic device. For what purpose does the gentleman from Indiana seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. McHenry of North Carolina pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Mr. McHenry will vote nay on the previous question.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from North Carolina seek recognition?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. As a member designated by Ms. Wilson of Florida, I will inform the House that Ms. Wilson will vote yes on the previous question.
Purpose does the gentleman from Massachusetts seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Ms. Trahan of Massachusetts pursuant to H.Res. 8, I will inform the House that Ms. Trahan will vote yes on ordering the previous question.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
As a member designated by Mr. Vicente Gonzalez pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House that Mr. Gonzalez will vote aye on ordering the previous question. As the member designated by Mr. Gallego pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House that Mr. Gallego will vote aye on ordering the previous question. As a member designated by Mr. Vela pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House that Mr. Vela will vote aye on ordering the previous question. As the member designated by Mr. Carnes pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House that Mr. Carnes will vote aye on ordering the previous question.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Connecticut seek recognition?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. John Larson of Connecticut pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Mr. Larson will vote yes on ordering the previous question. Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Langevin of Rhode Island pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Mr. Langevin will vote yes on ordering the previous question.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Lawson of Florida, pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Mr. Lawson vote yea on the motion to move the previous question, H Resolution 91.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Michigan seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Lawrence of Michigan pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House that Ms. Lawrence will vote yes on ordering the previous question.
So when it gets a little bit more stacked up, I'll very lightly ask you to hold on a second for Teresa to input them and for Joe to read them.
Okay. So we're good now.
Yeah, we're good now.
California.
Correct.
Yes.
You'll see like a stack of green cards.
Purpose, gentleman from California seek recognition.
Madam Speaker, as member designated by Congressmember Napolitano, pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Congressmember Napolitano will vote yes on ordering the previous question. And Madam Speaker, as member designated by Congressmember Roybal Allard, pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Congressmember Roybal Allard will vote yes on ordering the previous question.
Purpose does the gentleman from Arizona seek recognition? Purpose does the gentleman from Arizona seek recognition?
As the member designated by Ms. Kirkpatrick pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House that Ms. Kirkpatrick will vote yes on ordering the previous question.
Does the gentleman from North Carolina seek recognition?
As the member designated by Mr. Carson of Indiana pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House that Mr. Carson will vote yes. He will vote yes on ordering the previous question. As a member designated by Mr. Price of North Carolina pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House that Mr. Price will vote yes. He will vote yes on ordering the previous question.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from California seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. DeSaulnier pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House that Mr. DeSaulnier will vote yes on ordering the previous question.
For what purpose does the gentleman from New Jersey seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Bonnie Watson Coleman pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House that Ms. Watson Coleman will vote yes on ordering the previous question.
Purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Ruiz pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Mr. Ruiz will vote yes on ordering the previous question.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Virginia seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Moulton pursuant to HRS 8, I inform the House that Mr. Moulton will vote yes on ordering the previous question. As the member designated by Mr. Cohen pursuant to HRS 8, I inform the House that Mr. Cohen will vote yes on ordering the previous question. As the member designated by Ms. Barragan pursuant to HRS 8, I inform the House that Ms. Barragan will vote yes on ordering the previous question. As the member designated by Mr. Liu pursuant to HRS 8, I inform the House that Mr. Liu will vote yes on ordering the previous question. As the member designated by Mr. Lowenthal pursuant to HRS 8, I inform the House that Mr. Lowenthal will vote yes on ordering the previous question.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Virginia seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Titus of Nevada,
is funny.
pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House Ms. Titus will vote yes on ordering the previous question.
Gentleman from Maryland seek recognition.
Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Mfume of Maryland, pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House that Mr. Mfume will vote yes on ordering the previous question.
For what purpose does the gentleman from New York seek recognition?
As member designated by Chairwoman Zoe Lofgren pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House that Chairwoman Lofgren will vote yea on the previous question. As the member designated by Chairwoman Carolyn Maloney pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House that Chairwoman Maloney will vote yea on the previous question. As the member designated by Congressman Brendan Boyle pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House that Congressman Boyle will vote yea on the previous question.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Missouri seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Billy Long of Missouri pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Mr. Long will vote nay on the previous question to H.Res. 91. And as the member designated by Mr. Gosar of Arizona pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Mr. Gosar will vote nay on the previous question to H.Res. 91.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Illinois seek recognition?
As a member designated by Mr. Rush pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House that Mr. Rush will vote yes on ordering the previous question.
Does the gentlewoman from Virginia seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. McEachin pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House that Mr. McEachin will vote yes on ordering the previous question. And as the member designated by Ms. Porter pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House that Ms. Porter will vote yes on ordering the previous question.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Massachusetts seek recognition?
As the member designated by Mr. Bowman pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House that Mr. Bowman will vote yes on ordering the previous question. As the member designated by Mr. Cooper pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House that Mr. Cooper will vote yes on ordering the previous question. As the member designated by Ms. Frankel pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House that Ms. Frankel will vote yes on ordering the previous question. As the member designated by Ms. Jayapal pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House that Ms. Jayapal will vote yes on ordering the previous question. As the member designated by Mr. Lynch pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House that Mr. Lynch will vote yes on ordering the previous question. As the member designated by Ms. Meng pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House that Ms. Meng will vote yes on ordering the previous question.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Texas seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Buchanan of the great state of Florida pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Mr. Buchanan will be a no on the previous question. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Florida seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Payne of New Jersey pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House that Mr. Payne will vote yea on ordering the previous question. And Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Hastings of Florida pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House that Mr. Hastings will also vote yea on ordering the previous question.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Michigan seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Axney pursuant to HRES 8, I inform the House that Ms. Axney will vote yes on ordering the previous question.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Texas seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Fallon, Texas, pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Mr. Fallon will vote no on ordering the previous question.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
As the member designated by Ms. Spear pursuant to HRES 8, I inform the House that Ms. Spear will vote yes on ordering the previous question.
On this vote, the yeas are 218, the nays are 209. The previous question is ordered. The question is on the adoption of the resolution. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chairs, the ayes have it.
Speaker,
Gentleman from Oklahoma.
on that, I would request the yeas and the nays.
Pursuant to Section 3S of House Resolution 8, the yeas and nays are ordered. Members will record their votes by electronic device. So for what purpose does the gentleman from Michigan seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Lawrence of Michigan pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House that Ms. Lawrence will vote yes on H.Res. 91.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Massachusetts seek recognition?
As the member designated by Ms. Trahan of Massachusetts pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House that Ms. Trahan will vote yes on H.Res. 91.
So I got here at 2 o'clock. It's only 2:28. I feel like I've been here for a long time. It feels like they take forever. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Missouri seek recognition?
As the member designated by Mr. Long of Missouri pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Mr. Long will vote nay on H.Res. 91. And as the member designated by Mr. Gosar of Arizona pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Mr. Gosar will vote nay on H.Res. 91.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Florida seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Payne of New Jersey pursuant to H.Res. 965, pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House that Mr. Payne will vote yea on H.Res. 91. And Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Hastings of Florida pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House that Mr. Hastings will also vote yea on H.Res. 91.
Nothing below. For what purpose does the gentleman from Texas seek recognition?
Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Fallon, Texas, pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Mr. Fallon will vote no on House Resolution 91.
For what purpose does the gentleman from New York seek recognition?
As the member designated by Chairwoman Zoe Lofgren pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House that Chairwoman Lofgren will vote yea on H.Res. 91. As the member designated by Chairwoman Carolyn Maloney pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House that Chairwoman Maloney will vote yea on H.Res. 91. As the member designated by Congressman Brendan Boyle pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House that Congressman Boyle will vote yea on HRES 91.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Virginia seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Titus of Nevada, pursuant to HRES 8, I inform the House Ms. Titus will vote yes on HRES 91.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Indiana seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. McHenry of North Carolina pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Mr. McHenry will vote nay on House Res 92.
It sounded good. Would the gentleman from Indiana repeat his statement again?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. McHenry of North Carolina pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Mr. McHenry will vote nay on House Res 92.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Ruiz pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Mr. Ruiz will vote yes on House Resolution 91.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from North Carolina seek recognition?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As the member designated by Ms. Wilson of Florida pursuant to HRES 8, I inform the House that Ms. Wilson will vote yes on HRES 91.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Illinois seek recognition?
As the member designated by Mr. Rush pursuant to HRES 8, I inform the House that Mr. Rush will vote yes on HRES 91.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Massachusetts seek recognition?
As the member designated by Ms. Meng pursuant to HRES 8, I inform the House that Ms. Meng will vote yes on HRES 91. As the member designated by Mr. Lynch pursuant to HRES 8, I inform the House that Mr. Lynch will vote yes on HRES 91. As the member designated by Ms. Jayapal, pursuant to HRES 8, I inform the House that Ms. Jayapal will vote yes on HRES 91. As the member designated by Ms. Frankel pursuant to HRES 8, I inform the House that Ms. Frankel will vote yes on HRES 91. As the member designated by Mr. Cooper pursuant to HRES 8, I inform the House that Mr. Cooper will vote yes on HRES 91. And as the member designated by Mr. Bowman pursuant to HRES 8, I inform the House that Mr. Bowman will vote yes on HRES 91.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Texas seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Buchanan of the great state of Florida pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Mr. Buchanan will be a no vote on the adoption of HRES 91. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Lawson of Florida pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform you that Mr. Lawson will vote yay on the motion agreeing to the resolution.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Connecticut seek recognition?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As the member designated by Mr. John Larson pursuant to HRES 8 of the state of Connecticut, I hereby inform the House that Mr. Larson will vote yes on HRES 91. As the member designated by Mr. Langevin of Rhode Island pursuant to House Res 8, I inform the House that Mr. Langevin will vote yes on HRES 91.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
As the member designated by Ms. Spear pursuant to HRES 8, I inform the House that Ms. Spear will vote yay on HRES 91.
For what purpose does the gentleman from North Carolina seek recognition?
As the member designated by Mr. Carson of Indiana pursuant to HRES 8, I inform the House that Mr. Carson will vote yes. He will vote yes on HRES 91. As the member designated by Mr. Price of North Carolina pursuant to HRES 8, I inform the House that Mr. Price will vote yes. He will vote yes on HRES 91.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
As the member designated by Mr. Gallego pursuant to HRES 8, I inform the House that Mr. Gallego will vote aye on HRES 91. As the member designated by Mr. Vicente Gonzalez pursuant to HRES 8, I inform the House that Mr. Vicente Gonzalez will vote aye on HRES 91. As the member designated by Mr. Cardenas pursuant to HRES 8, I inform the House that Mr. Cardenas will vote aye on HRES 91. As the member designated by Mr. Vela pursuant to HRES 8, I inform the House that Mr. Vela will vote aye on HRES 91.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Maryland seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Mfume of Maryland pursuant to HRES 8, I inform the House that Mr. Mfume will vote yes on HRES 91.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Virginia seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. McEachin pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Mr. McEachin will vote yes on H.Res. 91. And as the member designated by Ms. Porter pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House that Ms. Porter will vote yes on H.Res. 91.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as member designated by Congressmember Napolitano, pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Congressmember Napolitano will vote yes on H.Res. 91. And Mr. Speaker, as member designated by Congressmember Roybal Allard, pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Congressmember Roybal Allard will vote yes on H.Res. 91.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Virginia seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Liu pursuant to H.Res., I inform the House Mr. Liu will vote yes on H.Res. 91. As the member designated Mr. Lowenthal pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House Mr. Lowenthal will vote yes on H.Res. 91. As a member designated by Ms. Barragan pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House that Ms. Barragan will vote yes on H.Res. 91. As a member designated by Mr. Cohen pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House that Mr. Cohen will vote yes on H.Res. 91. As the member designated by Mr. Moulton
pursuant to HRes 8. I inform the House that Mr. Moulton will vote yes on HRes 91.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from California seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Desagne pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House that Mr. Desagne vote yes on H.Res. 91.
For what purpose does the gentleman from New Jersey seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker,
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Michigan seek recognition?
As the member designated by Ms. Axney pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House that Ms. Axney will vote yes on H.Res. 91.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Arizona seek recognition?
As the member designated by Ms. Kirkpatrick pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House that Ms. Kirkpatrick will vote yes on H.Res. 91.
On this vote, the yeas are 218 and the nays are 210. The resolution is adopted. Without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. For what purpose does the gentleman from Texas seek recognition?
Would move to adjourn.
The question is on the motion. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. The noes have it. The motion is not adopted.
Mr. Speaker, I would
Gentleman from Texas,
ask for the yeas and nays.
pursuant to Section 3S of House Resolution 8, the yeas and nays are ordered. Members will record their votes by electronic device. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from North Carolina seek recognition?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As the member designated by Ms. Wilson pursuant to House Res 8, I inform the House that Ms. Wilson will vote no on the motion to adjourn.
Gentleman from North Carolina seek recognition.
As the member designated by Mr. Price of North Carolina pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House that Mr. Price will vote no. He will vote no on the motion to adjourn. As a member designated by Mr. Carson of Indiana pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House that Mr. Carson will vote no. He will vote no on the motion to adjourn.
Does the gentlewoman from California seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Desaulniers pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House that Mr. Desaulniers will vote no on the motion to adjourn.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Virginia seek recognition?
As the member designated by Mr. McEachin pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House that Mr. McEachin will vote no on the motion to adjourn. And as the member designated by Ms. Porter pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House that Ms. Porter will vote no on the motion to adjourn.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Connecticut seek recognition?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. John Larson of Connecticut pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House that Mr. Larson will vote no on the motion to adjourn. As the member designated by Mr. Langevin of Rhode Island pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Mr. Langevin will vote no on the motion to adjourn.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Virginia seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Titus of Nevada pursuant to HRS 8, I inform the House that Ms. Titus will vote no on the motion to adjourn.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Ruiz pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Mr. Ruiz will vote no on the motion to adjourn.
No on the motion to adjourn. As a member designated by Mr. Vicente Gonzalez pursuant to HRes 8, I inform the House that Mr. Vicente Gonzalez will vote no on the motion to adjourn. As a member designated by Mr. Villa pursuant to HRes 8, I inform the House that Mr. Villa will vote no on the motion to adjourn. As a member designated by Mr. Carnes pursuant to HRes 8, I inform the House that Mr. Carnes will vote no on the motion to adjourn.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Texas seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Buchanan of the great state of Florida pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Mr. Buchanan will vote yes on the motion to adjourn. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Massachusetts seek recognition?
As the member designated by Ms. Meng pursuant to HRes 8, I inform the House that Ms. Meng will vote no on the motion to adjourn. As the member designated by Mr. Lynch pursuant to HRes 8, I inform the House that Mr. Lynch will vote no on the motion to adjourn. As the member designated by Ms. Jayapal pursuant to HRes 8, I inform the House that Ms. Jayapal will vote no on the motion to adjourn. As the member designated by Ms. Frankel pursuant to HRes 8, I inform the House that Ms. Frankel will vote no on the motion to adjourn. And as the member designated by Mr. Bowman pursuant to HRes 8, I inform the House that Mr. Bowman will vote no on the motion to adjourn.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Missouri seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Long of Missouri pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Mr. Long will vote yes on the motion to adjourn. As a member designated by Mr. Gosar of Arizona pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Mr. Gosar will vote yes on the motion to adjourn.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Michigan seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Lawrence of Michigan pursuant to HRes 8, I inform the House that Ms. Lawrence will vote no on the motion to adjourn.
Does the gentleman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Lawson of Florida, pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Mr. Lawson votes no on the motion to adjourn.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Indiana seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. McHenry of North Carolina pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Mr. McHenry will vote yay on the motion to adjourn.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Michigan seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Axney pursuant to HRes 8, I inform the House that Ms. Axney will vote no on the motion to adjourn.
For what purpose does the gentleman from New Jersey seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Bonnie Watson Coleman, pursuant to HRes 8, I inform the House that Ms. Watson Coleman will vote no on the motion to adjourn.
What purpose does the gentleman from Arizona seek recognition?
As the member designated by Ms. Kirkpatrick pursuant to HRes 8, I inform the House that Ms. Kirkpatrick will vote no on the motion to adjourn.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
As the member designated by Ms. Spear pursuant to HRes 8, I inform the House that Ms. Spear will vote no on the motion to adjourn.
For what purpose does the gentleman from New York seek recognition?
Designated by Chairwoman Zoe Lofgren pursuant to HRes 8, I inform the House that Chairwoman Lofgren will vote nay on the motion to adjourn. The member designated by Chairwoman Karen Maloney pursuant to HRes 8, I inform the House that Chairwoman Maloney will vote nay on the motion to adjourn.
Massachusetts pursuant to H.Res. 8, I will inform the House that Mr. Hand will vote yes on the motion to adjourn. No, I'm sorry, Mr. Hand will vote no on the, okay.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Massachusetts seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Hand of Massachusetts pursuant to H.Res. 8, I will inform the House that Mr. Hand will vote no on the motion to recommit. I mean, motion to adjourn.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Virginia seek recognition?
A gentleman from Pennsylvania, actually.
Pennsylvania.
As a member designated by Mr. Amade, pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Mr. Amade will vote yea on the motion to adjourn.
Does the gentleman from Virginia seek recognition?
Oh, Mr. Speaker, as the member designated Mr. Moulton pursuant to H.Res. 8, inform the House Mr. Moulton will vote no on the motion to adjourn. As a member designated Mr. Cohen pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House Mr. Cohen will vote no on the motion to adjourn. As a member designated Ms. Barragan pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House Ms. Barragan will vote no on the motion to adjourn. As a member designated Mr. Lowenthal pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House Mr. Lowenthal will vote no on the motion to adjourn. And as a member designated by Mr. Liu pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House Mr. Liu will vote no on the motion to adjourn.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Massachusetts seek recognition?
As the member designated by Mr. Cooper pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House that Mr. Cooper will vote no on the motion to adjourn.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Maryland seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Mfume of Maryland pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House that Mr. Mfume will vote no on the motion to adjourn.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Florida seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Payne of New Jersey pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House that Mr. Payne will vote nay on the motion to adjourn. And Mr. Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Hastings of Florida pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House that Mr. Hastings will also vote nay on the motion to adjourn.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Illinois seek recognition?
As the member designated by Mr. Rush pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House that Mr. Rush will vote no on the motion to adjourn.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, as member designated by Congressmember Napolitano, pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Congressmember Napolitano will vote no on the motion to adjourn.
The gentleman from California seek recognition.
Mr. Speaker, as member designated by Congress member Roybal Allard pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform that House that Congress member Roybal Allard will vote no on the motion to adjourn.
On this vote, the yeas are 205, the nays are 218. The motion is not adopted. For what purpose?
So do I still.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Florida, Ms. George, seek recognition?
Pursuant to House Resolution 91, I call up House Resolution 72 and ask for its immediate consideration.
The clerk will report the title of the resolution.
House Resolution 72, resolution removing a certain member from certain standing committees of the House of Representatives.
Pursuant to House Resolution 91, the resolution is considered read. The resolution shall be debated for 1 hour, equally divided and controlled by the chair and the ranking minority member of the Committee on Ethics. The gentleman from Florida, Mr. Dutch, and the gentlewoman from Indiana, Ms. Volarski, each will control 30 minutes. The chair now recognizes the gentleman from Florida.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield myself such time as I may.
Gentleman's recognized.
Thank you. Mr. Speaker, I rise today in support of you. In 2019, the FBI warned that, Mr. Speaker, the House is not in order.
Members, can we have order in the House? Gentleman from Florida is recognized.
In 2019, the FBI warned that anti-government, identity-based, and fringe political conspiracy theories are very likely to motivate some domestic extremists to commit criminal and sometimes violent activity. In October last year, this House voted nearly unanimously to condemn QAnon conspiracy theories because they encourage the rejection of objective reality, deepen political polarization, and undermine trust in our democratic institutions, but also because they have inspired real-world violence, bomb threats, vandalism, kidnapping, terrorism, murder, and insurrection. Congressman Green of Georgia has a long history of amplifying dangerous conspiracy theories online and threatening violent, racist, Islamophobic, and anti-Semitic conduct. House Resolution 72 will ensure that Ms. Green's conduct is not rewarded with seats on 2 important committees. Congresswoman has said that American citizens who practice Islam, quote, do not belong in our government and they should stay in their country. Mr. Speaker, this is their country and it is their government as much as any Americans. Ms. Green has trafficked in dangerous anti-Semitic lies about the Rothschild family, George Soros, Zionist supremacists, and secret Jewish plots. Well, over millennia, because of baseless, ugly lies, millions of Jews have been hated, targeted, expelled from their countries, violently attacked, killed, and exterminated, because words lead to action and death. Ms. Green claimed the mass shooting at Sandy Hook Elementary School in Newtown, Connecticut that killed 26 people, including 26 and 7-year-old kids, was staged. She claimed the Las Vegas shooting that killed 60 people and injured over 800 was an orchestrated attempt to weaken gun rights, and she claimed the shooting at Marjorie Stoneman Douglas High School was a false flag event and called the survivors crisis actors. Mr. Speaker, the 17 people who never came home from school in Parkland on February 14th, 2018 were my constituents. Their family's pain is real, and it is felt every single day. Yesterday, parents of children slain at Sandy Hook, Mark Barden, Daniel's dad, and Nicole Hockley, Dylan's mom, wrote a letter to Leader McCarthy to share how these conspiracy theories impact their families. These vicious lies deny the deaths of our murdered children and bring death threats and constant harassment to our doors and our surviving children. In 2019, Ms. Green created a White House petition to impeach Speaker Pelosi for treason, emphasizing that it is punishable by death. And she liked a Facebook comment stating that, and I quote, "A bullet to the head would be a quicker way to remove Speaker Nancy Pelosi." In a video statement from December 31st, 2018, Ms. Green called on her followers to storm Washington, D.C. in what sounds today like a prescient forecast of last month's deadly insurrection. Flood the Capitol, flood all the government buildings, go inside. We can end it. We can do it peacefully. We can. I hope we don't have to do it the other way, but we should feel like we will if we have to. Mr. Speaker, that's exactly what happened. Conspiracy theories and hate are malignant. They do not fade away. We must stand up to them and say enough. Ms. Green has promised that she will never apologize. Well, we are here today because Republican leadership has decided to embrace and elevate Ms. Green. They've rewarded her with a seat on the committee of this House that has responsibility for teaching our children the truth and giving them a safe place to learn it. 2 years ago, the Republican speaker spoke on this floor very strongly saying, quote, "I will pledge to you this from this side of the aisle, and I hope you understand this clearly, any hatred, we take action." And Mr. McCarthy did take action, but it wasn't condemnation, it was elevation, appointing her to committee seats. That's why it's necessary to put this resolution to a vote for every member of this body, because this House must take action. I urge my colleagues to support this resolution and remove Representative Green of Georgia from her positions on the Committee on Education and Labor and the Committee on Budget, and I reserve the balance of my time.
Reserves. Gentlewoman from Indiana is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentlewoman from Indiana is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Let me be clear. I absolutely reject racism, anti-Semitism, and bigotry. I condemn conspiracy theories and calls for violence. I do not in any way condone these reprehensible views. I am not here today to defend any comments made by Representative Green, whether as a private citizen, candidate, or member of Congress. I am here today to defend the precedent set by years of the majority and minority parties coexisting in this body. And I am here today to defend the House Ethics Committee, on which I serve as a ranking member. House Resolution 72 is nothing more than a partisan power grab. At a critical time when the majority party itself repeatedly calls for unity as our path forward, bringing a majority resolution to the floor to remove a minority member from her committee assignments is wrong and unprecedented. Referring such a resolution to the House Ethics Committee is unprecedented. Referring such a resolution to the House Ethics Committee and then completely bypassing the committee's role is unprecedented. On this floor today, we are witnessing one more effort to consolidate power with the majority party and diminish the rights of the minority. This is not the first power grab effort by this majority in Congress. Earlier this year, the Democrats destroyed over 100 years of representation in Congress and effectively eliminated the only tool that safeguarded the minority's voice, the motion to recommit. And they are doing it again today with House Resolution 72. In the last 20 years, several members have been removed from their committee duties. Members on both sides of the aisle have been removed, and for various reasons. But those reasons and that decision was always made by the members' party leadership or party's membership. Even if the decision to remove a member was followed with a voice vote on the House floor, the decision itself was made by that member's caucus following weeks of public and private infighting. Last week, the Republican conference met to discuss statements made by Representative Green last night prior to her serving in Congress. We listened to Representative Green. She made similar statements as she did on the floor today. She assured the conference that her prior statements did not reflect her views today as a member of this body. The Democratic majority claims the Republican conference hasn't acted, but that simply isn't true. The conference just hasn't done what the Democrats want it to do. Regardless, the majority has brought this unprecedented resolution before the House today. The majority party could have brought this matter directly to the floor as a privileged question, and the question of removal would have been a swift vote on the floor. Instead, the majority referred the resolution to the Ethics Committee to then immediately and completely bypass the Ethics Committee and its functions by bringing this resolution directly to the floor. Involving the committee, then to only bypass the committee, violates the collegial and bipartisan manner by which the Ethics Committee should operate. This is my second term serving on the Ethics Committee, and I was looking forward to working with Chairman Deutsch in a collegial and bipartisan manner. You see, the Committee on Ethics is unique. It's the only standing House committee with equal numbers of Democrat and Republican members, 5 Democrats and 5 Republicans. There is a reason that neither party holds the majority on this committee. And that reason is to avoid one party or the other weaponizing the committee's purpose for use in a political and partisan fashion. The committee has publicly warned of this risk before. In 2012, following a particularly contentious investigation, the committee publicly expressed the necessity of bipartisanship, bipartisan cooperation within the committee leadership. The committee stated, quote, "Unlike any other committee, this committee avoids partisan legislative concerns and policies and must have bipartisan cooperation for the committee to fulfill its constitutional mandate to police the members, officers, and employees of this House. That mission calls upon members to step out of their partisan framework and approach the work of the committee without regard to their party. It's our recommendation for any member that serves on this committee that he or she constantly evaluate their actions on the committee to ensure they are living up to the highest standards of this committee," close quote. Today, we do not see the Ethics Committee's leadership upholding the highest standards of bipartisan cooperation. We don't see today the chair and ranking member presenting a resolution on the House floor together. At the end of each Congress, the committee issues a report detailing the activities of the committee during the Congress. For each Congress Chairman Deutsch has served on ethics, the committee has worked in a collegial and bipartisan manner. To be able to state for the 113th, 114th, 115th, and 116th Congress, all votes taken in the investigative subcommittees were unanimous. This stack of reports represents all the hard work the committee has completed in the last 4 Congresses. All of this work of the committee completed by its sitting members, the members who were asked to serve in the investigative subcommittees, and the committee's professional and nonpartisan staff was accomplished in bipartisan cooperation. In fact, Chairman Deutsch himself recognized in the committee report for the 116th Congress that, quote, "All of the committee's work is made possible by the committee's talented professional, nonpartisan staff. The members of the committee wish to acknowledge their hard work and dedication to the committee and the House. In addition, the committee wishes to thank its departing members for their service and for their thoughtfulness and collegiality they showed during their time on the committee," close quote. As you can see, the work on the Ethics Committee is extensive. In the 116th Congress alone, the committee commenced or continued investigative fact-finding gatherings for 50 separate investigative matters, impaneled 6 investigative committees, and filed 5 reports with the House totaling over 3,300 pages regarding various investigative matters. These tasks were agreed to by the chair and the ranking member of the committee. In fact, the phrase itself, chair and ranking minority member, appears 38 times in the committee rules. The Ethics Committee operates effectively because it's consensus-driven, with decisions made jointly by the chair and the ranking member. But that's not what's happening today on this floor. The current chair and ranking member have not received a complaint and determined whether the information meets the requirements of the committee rules. The current chair and the ranking member have not jointly gathered information concerning this alleged conduct. Until yesterday's rules hearing, the chair and the ranking member had not had a single conversation regarding Representative Green. As I stated earlier, involving the committee then to only bypass its function violates the spirit of how this unique committee operates. Once a majority determined that the Ethics Committee was the place for the resolution, it should have allowed the committee to consider the issues properly. I know our colleagues want to see the Ethics Committee function effectively and not to be used as a partisan political weapon on a manipulated platform. If the Ethics Committee is to consider reviewing statements made by members of Congress before they were sworn in, then the matter should come before the Ethics Committee in a way that complies with committee rules, preserves the bipartisanship intended, and allows the committee to make legal conclusions and factual determinations in a collegial environment. All I ask is that we let the committee work as it's supposed to effectively serve this body. To do so, the majority would have to withdraw this resolution. If it chooses, pursue the matter properly through the Ethics Committee. I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentlewoman from Indiana reserves. Gentleman from Florida is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members may have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks and include extraneous material.
Without objection.
Thank you. And Mr. Speaker, I also know my Republican colleagues purport not to defend any of Representative Green's hateful statements or reprehensible conduct. Instead, rely on process. The appeals to process should be recognized for what they are, an effort to shield her from her accountability for this egregious language and actions. And with that, I yield to my friend and colleague from South Florida who has come to know the families from Marjorie Stoneman Douglas as well as I, Debbie Wasserman Schultz, the sponsor of this resolution.
For how much time?
Sorry, Mr. Speaker.
Gentlewoman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank the gentleman for yielding, and I rise to support H.R. 72, legislation I never hoped to author. My resolution would remove Congresswoman Marjorie Taylor Greene from her committee assignments. We've already heard a lot today about precedents, so let me explain the precedent which brought us here. Congresswoman Greene advocated for the execution of a leader of this House. She advocated for the execution of former President Obama. She encouraged violence against law enforcement and has a long record of racist, anti-Semitic, and Islamophobic comments. She spread cruel conspiracy theories, even claiming the horrific mass school shootings in Sandy Hook and Parkland were staged, and even stalked a young survivor of one of those tragedies, calling him a coward. These are unprecedented comments and actions by a member. No one else on this floor has called for violence against other members and law enforcement. Only one member has done that and refused to back down, and that is the real precedent we are dealing with today. We have also heard about regrettable conduct before taking office, a so-called statute of limitations on bad behavior. Prior to her floor remarks this afternoon, Congresswoman Greene spent this entire week doubling down on her promotion of violence, bigotry, and conspiracy theories. Her response to her critics just yesterday was, "I won't back down, I'll never apologize." We have also heard today about revenge and whataboutism. Greene herself threatened that when Republicans wield the gavel, Democrats will face a similar fate. And if a Democrat promotes violence against members and peddles dangerous lies and conspiracy theories, then refuses to renounce them, and our caucus refuses to police it, then punishment would be in order. That's the reality of what we're dealing with today with Congresswoman Greene. We are dealing with conduct that brings shame on this House and a pointed refusal to denounce or internally police it by Republicans. Congresswoman Greene's past support and present reaffirmation for violence, intimidation, lies, and racism is dangerous. It is exactly the kind of conduct that helps fuel domestic terrorism. Mr. Speaker, I don't take this threat of violence lightly. 2 years ago, a pipe bomb, one of 16 sent around the country in my name, sat in my district office for more than 24 hours, with my staff handling and moving around it before anyone knew or told them it possibly contained an explosive device. None of my staff signed up for that kind of threat. No one should be terrorized at work. But what delivered that bomb to my office was not just one disturbed man. It was the culmination of endless lies, conspiracy theories, and hate that drove someone to violently attack his political rivals. We all saw that unfold again with deadly consequences here in the Capitol on January 6th. We can't afford to have this kind of violent threat continue, and certainly not from someone in this very House. This is not about whether we find Marjorie Taylor Greene's speech offensive. This is not The point here is that she has promoted and advocated violence. Denying her a seat at committee tables where fact-based policies will be debated and crafted is an appropriate punishment and restraint of her influence. Congresswoman Green chose a dangerous and harmful path into this House, one filled with deliberate lies that fomented violence. Once elected and seated here as a sitting member, she then also chose not only to stand by, but affirm those words and actions. A deathbed, mild walkback of a couple of wild conspiracy theories just moments ago is not enough to prevent her future harm. Importantly, there was no apology for hurt and harm caused, and she did not express regret for the stalking of a teenage mass shooting victim, nor for life-threatening statements she made or promoted against the leader of this House, and so much more. Now that she's made her choices, the House must limit the future harm and violence that she can invite on this body. The deceptive, inflammatory conduct that fuels such violence cannot be tolerated anywhere, certainly not in this House. We can take an important step toward restoring integrity, security, decorum, and truth in this House by removing Congresswoman Marjorie Taylor Greene from her committee assignments. While it is an action we do not take lightly, it is the necessary course of action in the face of her extraordinary behavior that is unbecoming of a member of Congress. I yield back.
Gentlewoman yields back. Gentleman from Florida reserves. Gentlewoman from Indiana is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield 1 minute to the Republican leader, Mr. McCarthy.
Gentleman from California is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I rise in opposition to House Resolution 72. This resolution sets a dangerous new standard that will only deepen divisions within this House. For all their talk about norms and institutions, it's the Democrats who've acted to undermine the people's House at every turn. Let's check the record. Afraid for their political careers, they have moved to shut down debate and silence dissent in committee and on this floor. They went so far as to eliminate the motion to recommit, the minority party's only chance to offer an amendment, which stood for over a century until this year. They have rushed impeachments through without a shred of due process, just like today, reducing this tool from the highest constitutional remedy to just another opportunity to fundraise and go on TV. And now they are declaring the majority has veto power over the minority's members' selections for committee. Now, we have reviewed this with the parliamentarian. Never before in the history of this House has the majority abused its power in this way. Never. In the entire history of this House have you ever abused the power in this way. But it's clear Speaker Pelosi's caucus thinks differently. They're blinded by partisanship and politics. And it's the American people who will suffer the most because of it. As for the member in question, let me be very clear. Representative Green's past comments and posts as a private citizen do not represent the values of my party. As a Republican, as a conservative, as an American, I condemn those views unequivocally. I condemned them when they first surfaced, and I condemn them today. This House overwhelmingly voted to condemn the dangerous lies of QAnon last Congress and continue to do so. I made this clear when I met with Representative Green. I also made clear that we as members have a responsibility to hold ourselves to a higher standard. She acknowledged this during our conversation and apologized for her past comments. I will hold her to her words and her actions moving forward. But because these comments caused such deep wounds, I offered Leader Hoyer a path to lower the temperature and address these concerns in a productive way. I offered to remove Representative Green from Ed and Labor, but it was rejected. It was rejected. Now, privately, I've had calls from many Democrats acknowledging what they're doing is wrong. They understand that this partisan power grab is not only cynical, it's hypocritical. If this is the new standard, I look forward to continuing out the standard. Because if you look for a side that has a leadership that's done something when their members do something as a member, not prior, look to me. Because I did just that. But when a Democrat freshman said, Israel has hypnotized the world, that supporting Israel is all about the Benjamins, and that 9/11, some people did something. Did Speaker Pelosi kick her off Foreign Affairs Committee? Or did she keep her on the committee and even pose with her on the cover of a magazine? Will the standard change? When another Democrat was compromised by a Chinese spy, that it was so serious that the FBI had to brief the congressional leaders, did Speaker Pelosi remove him from the House Intelligence or Homeland Security committees after the briefing? I'm the only other person that had that same briefing just recently. I was in the room with the speaker. I heard what was said. I'll be very clear. I would never have that member on either of those committees. Or did she reward him by making him the head of the subcommittee overseeing the CIA? I guess there's different standards. When the chairman of the Rules Committee objected to certifying the 2016 election, citing Russian interference, did Speaker Pelosi censure him? How about when the chairwoman of the Financial Service Committee told supporters at a rally in 2017? She was a member then, unlike the person we're talking about today. If you see anyone from the cabinet in a restaurant, in a department store, at a gasoline station, you get out. You create a crowd. You push back on them. And you tell them they're not welcome anywhere with anyone anymore. After she called for violence against public servants, did Speaker Pelosi condemn it? Or did she look the other way and make her chairwoman again? I don't know if you want to amend this one and add others so you can keep your standard. The answer is obvious. While Democrats attack Congresswoman Green, they not only ignore the infractions within their own party, they reward these members with prestige and influence. When it comes time to vote, I expect Democrats will codify this partisan power grab. I would advise them to think twice and pull this resolution from the floor while they still can. I've heard Democrats quote Senator Minority Leader to defend this resolution. I would remind them what Leader McConnell said when Democrats voted to nuke the judicial filibuster. You'll regret this, and you may regret this a lot sooner than you think. If that's the new standard, if people are held to what they are said prior to even being in this House, if majority party gets to decide who sits on what other committees, I hope you keep that standard because we have a long list you can work within your own. In the end, this resolution is merely a distraction from the real issues. In the last 2 weeks, Democrats have taken just 2 votes, the one today and the one last month on a waiver for a cabinet member. This is the least productive Congress since last year. Amen. I thought that'd be hard to beat. There is nothing for workers who have lost their jobs.
Hi there.
including
It's Cookie from the
thousands of
National Outreach
blue-collar
This string
jobs
will
that
be
were eliminated
ending.
just by a stroke of
We're
a pen
sorry, but the bit rate
of
has
President
gone
Biden.
down. Thanks for
Even
listening
laying
in. You
off
can
the union
find the
workers who
live
endorsed him.
forecast at
It's a
house.gov.
shame.
Thanks for listening in. The
They
stream
need
will
that
end.
job. It's a good-paying job. Nobody sat and talked to him